Chapter 1 One Life is a Race. 2025, January 20th. All my hard work has finally paid off. I, James Francis Ford, solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the. Boom, an explosion rang out. Yowza. Run new. Screams and shouts echoed among the terrified crowd. The Secret Service and military quickly noticed the disturbance and surrounded the zone. The people of power standing smugly until now were fear-stricken, realizing that all their power and wealth could not buy them the safety of life. Their eyes then fell to the podium, where lay the body of the president-elect, previously an ex-CIA director. He lay headless on the floor as it had popped like a watermelon. The mic that the man was speaking into was now nothing more than bits and pieces. At moments like this, the journalists had more spine. Instead of screaming and running, they tried to catch as many photos and videos as possible. Beep beep ting, tr tring. Suddenly, every single mobile phone in that area, whoever it belonged to, rang with notifications. Some took out their phones and glanced. There was a message with a link. A few daring ones clicked on it and found a live stream of a handsome old man speaking. His face looked wrinkled, the signs of aging and weariness. Clicking on the link, the people there didn't know that the entire world had received this message in every single mobile phone. Within a few minutes, the number of viewers reached 1.6 billion. Some thought the stream was boring, but they didn't close it. It was because the old man in the video held a poster with the words written, "I killed James." The video continued. All those, including the ones on the blast site, be it average citizens or security personnel, watched it with curiosity and fear as the man introduced himself. My name is Jonathan Colt Westerling. I am an 85-year-old orphan who used to work for the CIA from 1959 to 1980. I was a spy in the Soviet Union under the cover of a wealthy industrialist named Artyom. My wife was also a U.S. spy there, and despite having to live in hiding, we had our moments and conceived a child. It was 1980, a month before my work was to be completed. I was going to return home with my pregnant wife to start a normal life. However, our cover was blown. My wife was killed, but I remained. Later, I discovered that, just like me, a lot more U.S. spies have been killed similarly, just a few days before their completion of the mission. I spent decades searching for the traitor, but when I found him, he turned out to be the most powerful man in the country. James Francis Ford is a traitor. The old man gritted his teeth and continued. James killed dozens of our spies in return for money from the Soviets. With no other way, I was forced to kill him. Powerful men like him rarely get punished, no matter what the crime. I have proof for everything, enough to make you all believe what I said is true. Now, you shall all receive a link next to access it. I just hope what happened to my wife does not happen to others. Those I swore to protect destroyed my home, and now I hope this ends for good. God bless you all. God bless you. The stream ended, and with that, every single mobile phone in the world received another message. Clicking on the link inside took them to a website with interactive content. Date-wise, all crimes of James Ford were listed there with proof. Documents, photos, audio or video, everything. This set the world on fire, a fire for justice where those in power oppressed and used various schemes to get their way. Around 15 minutes before the stream ended, Howard Jack was at the scene when the blast occurred. Being an ace FBI investigator, he knew that his career would skyrocket if he could catch this old man. He didn't particularly care about the dead president-elect anyway. Nobody did. So as the live stream was going on, he slipped away and got into his car to track down the source. To his shock, it was not even masked. The old man was streaming openly. So he stomped on the gas, turned on the sirens, and zoomed past the busy streets. At the same time, he used a voice-assisted computer to check this man. Botcup search for the name Jonathan Colt Westerling, born between 1935 to 1950, he instructed. The system replied in an instant. Beep. 3 results are found. Jonathan Colt Westerling, born in 1935, died in Vietnam in 1965. Jonathan Colt Westerling, born in 1940, orphan, access denied. Jonathan Colt Westerling, jazz singer, died in 2000. Howard frowned and commanded a moment later, search the second one. Use the access code SBAFBI 40,200,609. Declassified. Jonathan Colt Westerling, parents unknown, born in Brooklyn, MIT Mechanical Engineering, joined Army 1959, killed in action in Laotian Civil War. Is that it? Howard exclaimed and tried to look at the screen, but just then the AI spoke again. Declassified. Artyom Wanted, Russian industrialist, CCCP member, wife's name Antonina, dead, father's name Konstantin, dead. From all this, Howard Jack realized what the old man said in his live address was true. It seemed he was indeed betrayed. Documents released suggested the same, but now he was conflicted if he should even hunt this guy. I suppose getting more information from the national database will be impossible. Maybe I can ask him questions myself, Howard muttered. He drove straight to the cemetery where the location was detected. He only informed the other law enforcement agencies after he arrived, but it seemed the people who lived nearby also saw the video and quickly came here upon realization. He promptly went to arrest the man, but he was in for a shock. Jonathan couldn't care less about any of this. He wanted the man to be dead, and now he was. He let the crimes become public because he didn't want to be named a terrorist and then be used to start a war in some unrelated country. He had live-streamed from the graveyard where his wife, unborn child, and his lovely cat Simba were resting. All these years, he was trying to keep his body and mind fit and strong to keep fighting. But now, it was as if all strength left him, and he fell to his knees. I did it, Diana, I did it, he caressed the gravestone. I brought justice to you, to all those who were wronged. I hope you will accept me now, for I have lost all my will to live. Not a single day goes by when I do not dream about us, our son, our cat. What life could have been, our little dream home, is all gone. He took out a locket with a photo of them and stared at it tiredly. There was something in the air today. This was the end of the line, and Jonathan felt it. Soon enough, he felt his breathing getting harder and his vision blurry. Kneeling beside the grave, he caressed to clean the stone softly and took his last breath before it. I'm tired, Diana. I hope there is an afterlife where I can meet you. Suddenly, as if the heavens had replied to him, the cloudy sky seemed to have formed a dent, letting a ray of sunlight fall on Jonathan's body. The flowers and the grass freshened up, yet the old man remained kneeling, his head held down, the locket in his hands, a photo of him and his dear wife open. His old wrinkly face froze and his eyes felt heavy. However, there was no sadness or tears. He had been waiting to die since the day Diana left him alone. Will. Sirens resounded. It was the modern era, and it didn't take long for people to realize from where the live stream occurred. Soon, a barrage of police officers, Secret Service members, journalists, and even ordinary people arrived at the location. There they saw the concentrated golden sunlight falling on the old man's body, making him look like some angel. The ethereal scene left the people in awe. Cameras started flashing as the journalists took photos, and the police restricted the surrounding area with tapes. Howard Jack then went inside to arrest the man, but when he put his hand on the shoulder, Jonathan's body fell back, lifeless like a doll. Howard's face fell as he exclaimed, "He's dead." He checked Jonathan's pulse and confirmed that the old man was no longer in this world. Later in the post-mortem, It was revealed that the death was natural. Jonathan Colt Westerling died while remembering his wife. Photographs of the scene circulated around the world, all over the internet. It was the power of mass media, and he quickly became the greatest symbol of the fight against the corrupt people in power. Seeing the scandal's size, the government had to take drastic measures. Jonathan's proof had the names of many senators, representatives, governors, police officers, army officers, officers of Secret Service, CIA, FBI, and other influential people from around the world. It was surely going to be a nightmare in the coming years for the government. Yet who cared? Who even cares anymore? Jonathan didn't, that was for sure. What happens after one dies? Nobody knew that. Well, at least nobody alive knew that. Jonathan experienced what he could not describe in words. At first, he felt as if his body was flying in the sky, but he noticed his own body on the ground, still kneeling when the police arrived. After his soul reached the sky, everything went black. He had no sense of time, space, direction, or touch. However, he kept his sense of sight and could see something. In this dark space, there were shining white snakes, all identical to one another. They were countless, but they didn't attack him at all. They looked creepy and disgusting, but he became accustomed to them. Am I one of them? He wondered. Time passed. Jonathan didn't know how much, but his hope of reaching the afterlife and meeting his wife slowly shrunk like dying candlelight. He wondered if she was also going through this experience, stuck somewhere. Or maybe she was one of these snakes. Arg! Suddenly, he felt as if something was squeezing and pushing him. He tried resisting but had no control over this feeling. Then, he saw that the other snakes were also being pushed in a direction. The white, thick-headed and thin-tailed snake sped up slowly. Wait! An alarming thought came to his mind, one that he hoped was false. I am a... Chapter 2 New World. I am a sperm. A moment later, after deeply observing the shapes of other snakes, he was sure that his conjecture was correct. This was a race of sperms to merge with the ovary. Jonathan could feel an innate need to reach the ova and fuse into an embryo. He willed it and tried to swim closer as quickly as possible. To be born, he needed to reach the goal the quickest. The competition was tough, and a few bigger snakes were already ahead of him. I will be the first, I will be reborn, he exclaimed inwardly. Suddenly, he saw a blinding white light. Yes, I'm almost there, he thought joyfully and quickened his pace. Jonathan saw the light all around him. He did not know if he was at the front or not, but it didn't matter. The race was still ongoing, and the first one to attack the egg was the winner. However, after a while, he felt confused. Where is the egg? Nya, in mmha naya tilde. Loud sounds of moans came, and Jonathan could actually hear them. Soon, he found himself stuck on something along with other snakes. What's happening? Just as he thought this, he heard someone speaking in English. Arg, why do I feel regret after wanking? I need to stop watching furry stuff. That Anka video was a rabbit hole I should have never entered. I gotta find a new hobby in this lockdown. Maybe smut on web novel. But gore and BDSM seem interesting. The realization hit Jonathan. No, I'm just a wasted sperm. Anka, lockdown. What happens to me now? Also BDSM. Young man, that's a worse choice, He felt his consciousness shift again. He had become yet another sperm. Defeat, utter defeat. So many races, but he won in none of them. Soon enough, he realized that this wasn't a race of speed, it was a race of luck. But unfortunately, he was just not lucky enough. Until now, only once was he able to get lucky and meet the egg. Of course, he was not that furry addict young man's sperm now. No, that degenerate couldn't have found a female. Suddenly, Jonathan's consciousness shifted again after failing to be born. The woman had consumed possibly some sort of anti-pregnancy item. He just died and cursed his damned fate again. He never thought this day would come, but I truly sympathize with all you white little snakes out there. Such cutthroat competition that even Asians would cower in fear. So many variables. Truly, the birth of a child is nothing less than a miracle. With this, he became depressed as he remembered his own unborn son. The only thing making it different now was that he felt what his son probably felt. Jonathan didn't know that it was because of his complete soul form that he could feel and see things. No other sperm there was like him. Will I forever be stuck in this cycle? He wondered and sighed. Suddenly he felt hungry. However, what else was there to eat and consume other than other snakes? So he went after them, trying to assimilate with them. The process, to him, felt instinctual. As the other snakes didn't have a will of their own, he was like a titan in a village of humans, eating them up. Whoosh! When he had consumed more than half of them, another race started. Ah shit, here we go again. He lazily let himself be sucked around. Due to him always eating other snakes, he had turned into one big, chunky boy himself, so it was hard to go fast. I need to diet, it seems, he thought, too accustomed to this new messed-up life. But being an ex-CIA agent, he knew that when life gives you lemons, you squeeze them into your enemy's eyes and get information. Hence, improvise, adapt, and overcome. Pop it. What was that sound? Wait, God, I finally mated with an egg. He looked around himself. He was in some enclosed sphere. Soon after that, he lost all his consciousness. When he woke up again, he could feel his limbs, and there was no limit to his joy. Does this mean it's about time I head out? Fine, let's start kicking. Mustering all his strength, he started kicking, punching, and head-banging to make the woman who held him realize it was time to pop him out. He could hear some muffled voices from outside, but didn't understand the language. Eventually, he saw the light at the end of the cave. Ah, his misery would soon be over after so many years of being a fat snake. Wait, what if I'm a lass? No, this can't be. He knew some religions had the concept of the soul being genderless. So does this mean that a soul can randomly become a girl and a boy? He could not feel his small micro-pipe for now. There was not an ounce of horny in those cheese balls to wake up the dragon. Only time could tell. Soon, he felt like being pushed out, and the woman was doing all she could as the surrounding walls contracted. However, some time passed and Jonathan still found himself in the womb. The woman had gone tired. Something must have happened, he thought. Then the next thing he knew, he was being pulled out forcefully, and at that moment he realized, ah, I can't breathe. No. He was taken out by force and the umbilical cord was tied around his neck. It choked him, stopping blood from flowing into the brain. That's how, once again, his attempt failed. The moment he came out, the first and last thing he saw was a woman wearing some sort of medieval midwife clothing. He was panicking as his face had turned blue. Then life slowly left his tiny body, for the second time since his first death. He wondered if this was his fate or was this God's hate. An unknown time later, Jonathan was once again a snake. Who knows whose balls he was in this time? Out of all these times, only twice he could mate with the egg, once killed by a pill and then killed by pregnancy complications. He continued to eat other snakes and let go of all hope of being born again. But it seems people say it right, thrice is a charm. Without even trying, he found himself in a womb again. He could hear voices from outside. He didn't understand it, but the woman sounded like she was singing lullabies. A month passed, and he never kicked or punched the woman. Soon enough, the day came. It would either be his entry to a new life or another demise. He felt like a slime when the walls contracted, being pushed out. Slowly, air brushed past his nearly bald head, giving him hope that this may be it. Then his head fully popped out, followed by the rest of the body. Before he knew it, his bloody frame was for all to see. He was overcome with joy and excitement. Nobody had to pat his back. He screamed on his own, yes, I'm out. The old midwife was about to slap his buttocks to make him cry, but got surprised. The child made weird sounds and seemed cheerful, his voice sounding like nonsensical gibberish cries. She was stunned and quickly wrapped him in a towel. After cleaning him, she handed the big baby boy to the tired woman on the bed. "Congratulations, Xavier, you have a son, a cheerful and strong one. Have you thought of a name yet?" Jonathan stopped rejoicing and tried to open his eyes wider to see the woman who held him. Unlike other children, he could clearly see, and his vision wasn't split in two. Jonathan didn't know why and didn't care to curse this blessing. The woman who held him simply mesmerized him. Saying she was pretty was an understatement. The charm of maturity was visible on her face. She had large, charming blue eyes. Her pale, reddened face was still sweaty, and strands of dark red hair fell on her face. A big smile was plastered on her face, full of uncountable emotions about to spill out. She hugged him and cried in silence. Then, after a while, she calmed herself and pecked on his forehead. "I have a name. It will be Sylvester, Sylvester Maximilian." "What a wonderful name, Xavier. Ah, I must go now. 2 more women are to give birth in the inner village. Someone will be here to help you after I leave. I have left all the potions and herbs for your healthy recovery. Take them on time." The old midwife caressed Xavier's head and left the small wooden house. All alone, Xavier stared at her baby, who was also staring at her. She kissed his forehead again. "Golden iris. Strange, even your father didn't have this, but you have the same handsome face. My beautiful son." For Jonathan, nothing she was saying made sense. He didn't understand the language, and all he could do was try to read her expressions. However, he smelled a strangely warm and sweet odor. His stomach made a growling sound. "Ah, I'm hungry, but I don't want to cry." He tried to speak. "Young lady, where is my food?" Xavier was amused by the gibberish sounds her son made, but her instincts helped. "I need to feed you." She lifted her blouse and took out one breast. He felt strange having to go through this. Then the nipple popped into his mouth and his hunger took over. He drank his mother's milk silently. Being a newborn, his energy was extremely limited, so his eyelids drooped as he sucked. Jonathan still tried to open his eyes. He could feel her emotions to protect him. It was touching. He let out a soft breath, calming himself down. "I do not know your name, young lady. Biologically, you're my mother. Mentally, I am an older man. I may not have the innocence that you expected from your child, but I thank you for your hard work. Every drop you feed will be a debt incurred on me, and I will try to pay it back when the time comes." He then started yawning. Not long after, the woman also fell asleep as she tucked her little son in her arms. It was cold outside, but they felt warm together. It had been 3 days since he was born in this strange world. His eyes were wide open, and from the looks of the place he lived in, he could see that the family was poor. However, he had only seen his mother until now. Where was the father? Jonathan, now Sylvester, looked around. The place only had a bed, a fireplace, and a small sitting area. The clothes, utensils, and furniture told him he was in a less technologically developed world. The fireplace was constantly burning, making the small hut-like home warm. But for the past 2 days, he only saw his mother at the times when she fed him, and at night, he guessed it was due to work. The language was utterly unknown to him, which cleared that this was not Earth. He was so sure because, as a CIA operative, it was essential to know at least what different languages sounded like in his previous life. He was trying to understand by focusing on whatever his mother said, to understand verbs, nouns, and basic grammar. For now, he only knew his name as she called him Max. The door creaked open and his mother walked in, looking tired as always. She sighed, but she cheered up when her eyes rested on her son. Then, rushing up to him, she grabbed him in her arms and hugged him tightly. "My Max, you are my only source of warmth in this life." Sylvester felt slightly mushy in his tiny body. This woman loved him just for existing, no other strings attached. She reminded him of Diana, of course, differently. Raising his soft, plump arms, he patted her face. He tried to speak, but his voice box was not fully developed yet. But the speed at which it was growing was astounding. Damn it, I can do it. He put all his efforts into calling her mmm, ma'am, ma. It was as if the sky had fallen. He felt the woman's heartbeat fasten. Then, finally, she released him from the hug and looked at his face, her eyes tearing up. Did you just call me mama? He didn't know what she said, but his hypothesis was correct. As always, no matter what language, and in this case the world, mama always means mother. She hugged him once again, much tighter this time. Sylvester silently rested his head on her chest and fell asleep. He knew he was not like a normal baby at all, but however strong he may be, saying words at such an early age was tiring. Chapter 3 A Cruel World. Max here like this. This is so embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to look into the woman's eyes anymore while she cleaned his pee and poo. His legs and arms were as good as sausages, or else, if he could, he'd clean himself. It had been a week since Sylvester started showing his superior intelligence. He called her mama all the time, opened his mouth wide whenever hungry, and made bubbling noises with his mouth whenever he needed to pee or poo. The most shocking, however, was that he had started crawling. An average child does this at around 6 months, but it has only been more than a week for him. Xavier tried to reason with the situation, thinking, he was born much chunkier than average bobbies, maybe he's just extra strong. But somewhere else in her mind, she knew something strange was going on, and her excuse couldn't explain that. True, Sylvester was fat as for his age. He was taken to the neighbor's house yesterday and they had a 3-month-old baby. Yet he was bigger and stronger. Today as well, he was being taken to the neighbor's home. In the past 7 days, he had learned his mother's name. It was Xavier. He now knew what fire was called, what bed was called, what milk, water, poop, pee, nose, eyes, mouth, and some other day-to-day things were called. These were the words Xavier used most while doing chores. She had an unhealthy habit of self-talking. Good for him, though. Using these basic words, he understood the words for pronouns. He, she, it, and they were easy to understand. Next were verbs. He was using all his brain to understand the language of this world. But of course, he still did not know what the written words looked like. Sweetie, let's go. Mothers like me will bring their bobbies to play together. You can make friends there. She picked him up, wrapped a thick blanket around him, and headed out. He looked at the surrounding area. The weather was dry and freezing, but there was no snow. All the houses looked more like huts, some made of wood and some mud, but all had one thing in common: thatched roofs. The ground was full of fine hard sand, revealing he was in a dry, desert-like climate. It was a classic slum-like area. Are we this poor? He wondered. Soon they arrived at a bigger building. He had never been here before, but seeing so many people entering and its layout from inside, it was like a community center. There were men, women, and lots of bobbies. But the moment Xavier entered, everyone became silent. Sylvester noticed the gazes filled with disgust and some men that were full of lust, and women talked to each other as if bad-mouthing her. Yet he didn't feel Xavier being bothered by it. Instead, she cheerfully went to the midwife who helped her through the birth and handed Sylvester over. The old woman seemed kind. She checked his body from everywhere. Sylvester is much better than any baby here. You are really blessed, Xavier. It seems he's going to be a warrior in the future. Xavier poked his cheek lovingly. Is he? But Mom won't let him leave her side. Don't worry. You can be my little warrior and protect me. Sylvester smacked her hand away, not enjoying being poked. He hated his cheeks being pulled or poked, so what if he was chunky? It still hurts him, but it only made his mother laugh, so he relented to his fate. After being checked up, she put him in a big baby playpen. There were others like him, but all were shorter and thinner. He was like a giant among bobbies. This also made other Bobbies crawl to him to see who this new specimen was. "Stay away, you all smell," he voiced in gibberish. However, just as they were about to reach him, many parents came and picked up theirs, then left. This made him confused. What is this? Some dumb movie cliché plot. Suddenly, he smelled something pungent and stopped playing like a baby, looking around to find the smell's source. However, he could not see where it came from. Sylvester focused on people. Reading the atmosphere was something he could easily do. From its looks, his mother was being ostracized by these people. Most folks avoided her. Only the midwife and a few other women were kind to her. He tried to think of a reason. Finally, after a few minutes, he saw a pattern. All those hatting his mother stood in pairs, a man and a woman. In contrast, Xavier stood alone with two more women. Ah, indeed. If this is a medieval world, being a single mother isn't good. Sylvester made no big claims that he would rule the world, become the king, or destroy the heavens. In his previous life, he had seen such tropes in movies, anime, and novels, but while they were fiction, he was living in reality. All he hoped to have was a decent, calm life, where he could earn a good living, eat tasty food, and then die alone with the memory of his wife intact. So he decided he'd try to at least give this woman a decent life too for bringing him to life. Soon, being left alone in the playpen, he silently fell asleep in a corner. This was the best thing he could do as a baby. Life was calm. His mother never took him out of the shabby house again. He would spend all his days eating, pooping, peeing, and learning as much as he could about the world. For now, he had discovered that there was a religion in this world, and its sign didn't match anything on Earth. The sign was a circle made of chain locks. In the middle was a triangle, with another triangle in it, a circle, and an eye. It was hung on the wall near the entrance of his home. His mother prayed to it every day before leaving. The other thing he had found was a book his mother read. He was able to take it and look inside. There were hand-drawn images of all kinds of plants and names below. Maybe she's trying to become a medical healer of sorts, he assumed. The book greatly helped him learn about the names of plants, not because he could read it, but because his mother saw him looking at it with complete focus one day. She tried to teach him basic wording with the help of chalk and black slate. The paper must have cost a fortune in this world, he guessed. With her help, he learnt the basic alphabet of this world. They were identical to English, containing 26 letters. There were 5 vowels, and the rest were consonants. They just sounded and appeared to differ from English. The best part was that learning the alphabet made everything a cakewalk. Actually, all the vocabulary was the same as in English. He just needed to change the English letters to this new language and speak accordingly. Initially, he felt shocked by how convenient it was, but then put this matter at the back of his mind. He had been a sperm, and he even died multiple times. If anything, this was the least shocking thing. The most shocking discovery for him, though, was a single letter. Usually, when teaching ABC on Earth, you would say a related thing to that letter, such as apple, monkey, or whale. The rule was not to give an example of an item that does not exist. So when Xavier said W for wizard and M for magic, it left him in shock and confusion. There was no way for him to clear his confusion, however. So he only tried to gradually speak to his mother, not to shock her too much and still be considered a genius. Soon, a month went by. He was much more confident that he could speak and read this world's language now. "Mama hungry," he called Xavier. She giddily came to let him drink milk. In her mind, it was a fact that he was a natural genius. All she had to do now was save money and send him to a good school. Yes, he was abnormal, but she didn't care at all. But Sylvester refused to drink her milk. "What happened, Max?" she asked. "Honey," he said, avoiding her gaze. Xavier burst into laughter. "Ha ha. You goofy boy, I only allowed you to taste it yesterday. Now you are addicted." Yet she loved him far too much not to give it. She dipped her finger in the honey jar and let him lick it. Sylvester didn't have teeth yet. All he could do was lick. This damn itch in my jaws. He was growing crazy with the urge to nibble on things. Wood, fingers, spoons. He had chewed them all. Initially, he used to feel ashamed to act like a baby with Xavier, but slowly he let himself go. She was a good person, never mistreated him or harmed him, despite their poor living conditions. He had seen Xavier not eat on some nights, but she always fed him. Her cheerful personality warmed his heart as well. She's a wonderful mother, he felt, albeit never knowing what a mother is supposed to be like. After eating, he felt tired and fell asleep. Xavier tucked him in the bed and went to wash the dishes while preparing for the morning chores. Bang, bang. He was fast asleep when his eyes jolted open from the sound. He was alone in the bed. Xavier was still washing dishes. He guessed that not much time had passed. The room was mostly dark, and only the fireplace was the source of light. Xavier cleaned her hands, walked to the door, and asked, "Who is there?" "It's me, Dessert," said the voice outside. Xavier opened the door. "What happened, Chief? Is there a medical emergency?" The situation alarmed Sylvester. He worked hard to sit up on the bed and look. His mother was thrown back, and an oversized 6 feet tall man with gray hair and a bloated belly entered. "Yes, it is a medical emergency, and only your body can help me." The man walked towards Xavier slowly. Dread took over her heart. What? Are you drunk? Please go back. Why, you're the village chief. This doesn't suit you." The tall old man threw away his coat. "You WH*re, I allowed you to live in my village. When nobody took you in, I did. This is the price you pay with your body." "Please, I'm a healer. I help the villagers. I work here like anybody else." She pleaded for him to stop. "No, arg." She was pinned down on the floor by him. Xavier struggled to push him away, but he was too heavy and tall. Brashly, he clenched her flesh on the chest. "And how many people do you heal in a month? 1, 2. You still make a living by working in the fields. Nobody will treat a WH*re like you, right? But I can. So become my concubine, and you shall have all the food, clothing, and money you want. And you can better take care of that garbage until he's old enough to be left with the church." As he was saying this, Chief Dessert suddenly turned to look towards the bed. There sat the baby, staring at him as if looking into his soul. Big golden eyes wide open, not even blinking. There was fury in them, he could feel it. This scene made his blood turn cold and his scalp tingle in sweat. What are you looking at?" he shouted. Sylvester kept looking. He was helpless against this man, but the fury in his heart burned larger than a forest fire. God gave him one mouth, and a good one at that. Thus, he shouted in their language at the top of his lungs, louder than humanly possible. "Bad, evil man. Bad man." Like an alarm clock, he screamed aloud. It was night time, and the village was primarily silent, so a child's shrill scream caught a lot of attention. Then, the dog started barking and many doors opened. The increasing sound of activities scared Dessert. He stood up quickly and pointed his finger at Sylvester. "What kind of beast have you spawned? How can he speak so early? He's possessed." Accusing Sylvester, the man quickly ran away from the house. Silence fell after that. Xavier got up and closed the door, her face appearing tearful, but she made no sound. Instead, she silently walked to Sylvester and hugged him, falling asleep. But their night of horrors was only starting. In the middle of the night, when the mother and son were fast asleep, a loud noise resounded outside their home. Alerted, Xavier woke up in a panic. Bam! She noticed an axe breaking down the door and yelped in fright. "No! Burn the demon! Let the Lord bring justice! Come out, Xavier, let us kill the evil. Don't you dare hide him. The possessed boy must be purged or will face the wrath of the holy inquisitors." The voices outside screeched, making her tightly press Max against her bosom. But sadly, tonight, Nothing good or warm was going to blossom. Chapter 4 the Boy with Golden Eyes. The door was completely broken. A crowd rushed into the house and found Sylvester. They caught him by his tiny legs, hung him upside down, and went outside. Quickly running away at fast speed, they headed straight to the biggest village intersection. Xavier cried and tried to reason with those remaining. She fought to get him back. "No, don't do this. He's not possessed." The last man to leave her house was the same man, chief of the village, Osbert Desert, who grinned at Xavier. "You had to spoil my night. It's because of you that they took your boy. I am the king of this village. My family has been running it for centuries, and you dared to disobey me. You could have had everything just for sharing the bed, but you lost the chance. This time, once I am done playing with you, I will let my loyal men have fun." "He's just a child. It's not his fault," Xavier pleaded to him, crouching beside his feet. Desert kicked her away. "Even if I want to, I can't stop them now. The crowd trusts my words with full faith. I say he's demon-possessed. They believe it." Seeing no point in pleading, she ran out quickly, hopping to save her son. Maybe someone will hear her, or so she thought. But when she arrived, she found that the villagers had become fanatical. A mountain of wood was gathered in the village square. 2 women's bodies were already on the pike, burning lifelessly. Their skin had melted, and the organs were slowly falling out. "Max," she shouted, her face paling beyond humanly possible. She used to think the chief was a kind man, but he too was like most other animalistic people in the world. "Mama!" She chased after the low voice, splitting apart the crowd as quickly as possible. But as she reached the fire, 2 arms stopped her, grabbing her from both sides. These were women themselves. The worst part was that Xavier had helped these women deliver Bobby's a few months ago. "What are you doing? He's my son," she cried and struggled. "Don't be mad, Xavier. No baby can speak so early. A demon surely possesses him," the woman reasoned. The collective madness of the crowd was only intensifying with each moment. They passed Sylvester as they cursed him, each accusing him of being a demon. Sylvester felt pain from all the twisting and pinching on his body. He screamed and shouted, but the voice fell on deaf ears. The crazed eyes of the people made it clear they had left their humanity tonight. "What kind of messed up world have I come into?" Sylvester thought as he was slowly tossed closer and closer to the fire. All kinds of smells pierced into his nose, each worse than the one before. The crowd had gathered around in a circle. Xavier was constantly shouting, her voice ever breaking up. Finally, the village chief walked to the front and held Sylvester upside down by one leg. "This is the demon-possessed boy who we shall burn today as a tribute to the Lord. With his grace, we fight evil, and he may bless us with a good harvest. Tomorrow, I will call the church to reward us for this service." He looked at Sylvester's face and coldly whispered, "Boy, you sure can scream. Let's see how loud you can get when your skin melts." Sylvester coldly looked back. However, he felt fear inside. Now he was out of options. What can a baby even do in such a situation? Maybe if this was some superhero novel where he could send out a magic blast and make all his enemies burn, but sadly, this was his reality, and he was helpless in the face of it. Thus, Sylvester awaited being burnt, then possibly being reborn. However, he hated parting ways with Xavier. She was so kind, like Diana. He just hoped that she would run away and save herself from this beast. Desert got closer to the fire to throw him in. His face still had the same ugly grin. Indeed, almost always, the worst men get to hold influential positions, because the good folks fear falling to the level it takes to attain that power. "I wonder how many lives it will take me to actually live." Sylvester had resigned to his fate. But fate had something else in store for him. Thud, thud, thud. Almost immediately, silence took over the entire village. All shouts and curses calmed down. People lowered their burning torches and pikes. Then they felt the ground shake rhythmically. The fine dry sand jumped as if the land was a drum. This, Desert's eyes widened in shock and terror combined. Distant voices of heavy chanting echoed throughout the village and the mountain behind. Marching through the heathen land. We are the mighty Lord's men. Second son and orphans, men of such brand. We sing to the Lord, all say Amen. March along, sing our song, with the soldiers of the Lord. Count the brave, count the true, we only fight for God. We're the soldiers and proud of our name. We're the holy men and proudly proclaim. Find the witches, demons and possessed. Forsaken worldly craving, for only holy hymns we're obsessed. No tainted desires our honor you can't question. We are the mighty men of the Holy Inquisition. Gradually, everyone heard the voice loud and clear. Now it was not just the village chief whose eyes were full of terror. Clank whoosh. One by one they all threw away their weapons of choice, torches of pikes. They ensured to make no noise. Kneel, it's the order of the Holy Inquisition, Chief Desert shouted. Wasting no time, he threw Sylvester onto the ground, making him squirm in pain. Following him, all 1,269 villagers kneeled, some even prostrated. Then, they started chanting prayers simultaneously. But in all honesty, with two bodies burning in fire and them praying, they looked as if they were trying to summon the devil. Xavia was having none of it, however. She ran past the crowd and picked Sylvester in her arms. His body had gotten dirty and there were bruises all over him. She kissed his forehead. I am sorry, baby. Forgive your mother. I am weak. I will heal you quickly. She sat down and put him on her lap. Then she started hovering her hands over all bruises visible on his tiny naked body. Astounded, Sylvester saw this for the first time. Some sort of green light was coming out of her palm. I don't feel any pain now. Is this magic? He wondered silently. In the middle of this act, Zava was interrupted. Woman, how dare you not bow to the Inquisitor High Lord? Kneel. Xavia looked up. Nothing scared her anymore. My baby is injured. Please let me heal him. You disrespect the Elenqui. The man had taken out his sword to strike her, only to get it magically taken out of his arms. Then came a heavy thumping noise, followed by weighty footsteps and the clanking sound of metal on the ground. Back down, knight. To hurt a mother caring for her child is a sin beyond the salvation of a lifetime. Xavia and Sylvester looked up. The man standing in front of them was a behemoth, wearing dirty red robes. Over his shoulders was a red, wide metal pauldron. There was also some metal covering over his one leg. However, the most striking feature was the large, conical helmet with a face covering. White peruke fell from its sides. With heavy steps, the man walked forward, supported by a giant metal cane. Not just him, there was an army of thousands of knights behind the man, all clad in armor, their blades unsheathed. Sylvester was utterly shocked to see this 8 feet tall human. He had no idea what this thing even was, a man or a beast of some sort. Xavia kneeled as if she knew something about the man. I pay my respects, Lord. The tall man looked around. He sighed at the sight of the burning bodies on the pyre. Leader of this village, come forth. Desert crawled on his 4 limbs to reach forward. My lord, I am village chief Desert at your service. What is all this commotion? Desert glanced at Sylvester and Xavia. It's them, my lord. That boy, he's possessed by a demon. He's young and speaks like a man. What about these 2 bodies on the pyre? Only the order of the Holy Inquisition has the authority to burn. Or do you have permission from this province's bishop? The giant man asked. Desert started sweating. My lord, this boy, he's a demon. We must kill it before it can harm. Bam! The giant man put one metal-shielded leg on Desert's back, pressing him down. At the same time, a knight clad in beautiful silver armor and a red cape walked forward. He pointed his sword at Desert's neck. Do not try to fool us, lowly scum. We know you're kind. You are in the presence of Inquisitor High Lord Crimson Fire, the third guardian of the light. As soon as these words were spoken, every single villager started shivering. Instead of just kneeling, they were now lying flat on the ground with arms stretched towards the Inquisitor High Lord. Their eyes had tears, hearts full of terror, for they knew a single mistake could mean the doom of the village. Desert felt his life had already left his body. The red-robed man in front of him was one of the peak powers in the world. Great Lord Guardian, W, what are you doing in this faraway village on the outskirts? Desert asked. He couldn't make any sense of why a being who should not leave the confines of the Holy Land be here. We shall know soon. Hans, bring that boy to me, the third guardian ordered. Hans was his close aide and assistant of sorts. The golden armor-clad man went to Xavia and forcefully took Sylvester away as she pleaded softly. Her throat had been damaged from shouting all this time, but no matter how much she resisted, the man was way too strong. Soon enough, Sylvester found himself in the arms of the giant scary man, but for a change, he was not held by his leg. He tried to look beyond the small gap for eyes in the Inquisitor High Lord's visor. The man also stared at him. Sylvester's golden irises were too uncommon. There was some beauty in them that made the man pause. But the moment he spoke, Sylvester nearly shit himself. Speak your sermon and prove you are not a demon, or you shall be purified in this holy fire, but know that I can sense a liar. Sylvester closed his eyes and cursed his fate once again. Why? Why can't I have a normal life for once? Is this because I am an atheist? Because I don't pray to God? What is this mad religious world I'm in? Fine, I will pray, but make sure you give me a better life next time. After experiencing death and reincarnation, Sylvester truly believed that God or some higher power existed somewhere, so he hoped this time to get some heavenly help. But shockingly, the moment he started reciting, he felt his scalp tingle. Chapter 5 The Boy Who Sings. Max had no idea what went on outside. He simply closed his eyes, awaiting the burning pain. He was as big as the giant man's palm. What could he even do other than stay calm? Making up some rhyming phrases, in a childish, squeaky voice, he said his prayer aloud, wondering if there was a God who could hear his words from amidst that giant crowd. I give myself to the Lord Creator. Aid me to be with my mother. I pray to you, fallen in your embrace. You are the God, bless me with your grace. In this strange land, I am a sacrificial lamb. Wronged and hurt by these souls, my body has taken a toll. So bless me, O great Lord, shroud me in your blessed garb. Allow blood to further pump through my heart. If you're listening, help me, and I will forever be your bard. The tingling sensation on his scalp increased manifolds, prompting him to open his eyes and see if it was the effect of fire. He tried to move his head left and right, only to notice hundreds of eyes focusing on him. Thud, suddenly, the man named Hans, the assistant of this Inquisitor High Lord, fell to his knees with a loud thud, his face showing an expression of fanatic ecstasy. He put both of his palms on the middle of his chest, crossing on the other. Following him, the entire Inquisitor army of thousands followed, releasing the sounds of clanking metal plates and armor. They fell to their knees and crossed their palms on their chests. Sylvester was alarmed. He was expecting to die. Now what was this drama? What's happening? The tingling sensation behind his head increased as if something was crawling on his scalp. Not only that, he also felt a strange smell and taste, along with a pleasantly warm sensation on his tongue. It was the flavor and aroma of sweet wine. Inquisitor High Lord kept staring at Sylvester's tiny body, which tried to adjust itself. He yanked him a little, grabbing his attention. Sylvester stopped trying to see what was crawling behind his head and faced the masked giant man. Nobody made a single sound, not even a random cough. It was as if the world had stood still. Then the Inquisitor High Lord burst out madly. Biwahahaha. So this is why fate brought me to the south in this remote desert land. Showing utmost care, he lifted Max's tiny body high up with both hands and addressed the crowd. My sons of the Inquisition, this hellish march from the Holy Land to here was not for nothing. All of you are one to bring glory to the faith of Solis. In all his glory, he sang the hymn of the Lord none had ever heard before. This is a new holy sermon. From now on, we shall roar. For we have found the apostle, the gods Favored. All the soldiers went into a mad frenzy, their eyes tearing up and mouths shivering. But instead of shouting, they started thumping on their chest plates with their crossed palms, creating a deafening song of iron and a door. Then chants began, "May the holy light enlighten us. May the holy light enlighten us. May the holy light enlighten us." Sylvester alarmingly moved his head to look around. He could somewhat understand what was happening. They were praying in his name. He was just called an apostle and a God's favored. He looked back at the metal plate on the giant man's face. Who'd have thought he could have laughed so heartily? This is like a cheat code. I can use my baby charm and this new status to my advantage. Gugu Buba. He tried to pat the faceplate cutely. The Inquisitor High Lord raised one arm. Immediately, all the men stopped their crazed chanting. He addressed Xavier, who was also somewhat shocked at what was happening. "Stand up, my child. You have nothing to fear. Tell me, what have you named God's favored?" She glanced at Sylvester for a second. Her little baby gave her a bright, intelligent smile, and she replied, "He's Sylvester Maximilian, my lord." The Inquisitor High Lord seemed satisfied with it. Magnificent. A name befitting a man of this standing. A name worth remembering in the annals of history. Who dared to call God's favored a demon possessed? That sinner must be burned eternally in hell's purgatory. As soon as he turned his head to look at the villagers, some fell unconscious, and a small minority straight up died from a heart attack. His ire was mainly directed at the so-called village chief, yet he didn't say anything regarding that. Men, march formation. We are to produce God's favored before the Holy Father at the earliest. Hands, bring the stagecoach. I'm being taken away, Max realized. He looked at the woman who was supposed to be his mother. She silently stood close by, her eyes bawling out. She made no noise, knowing she couldn't stop them from taking him away. However, Max could not allow this. Only hell awaited Xavier in this village, and although he could not bring himself to actually see her as his real mother because of his old mental age and life experiences, it was still a fact she brought him to this world and fed him her milk for a whole month. Also, that bastard village chief was still alive. No, he couldn't accept this outcome, so he started kicking around and fighting the Inquisitor High Lord's hold. Mama, mama. He tried to fight around with his limited strength like a mad little monkey. Sure enough, the Inquisitor was not experienced at handling a child. It worried him that he might hurt this blessed one. Hold your son, child. He turned to Xavier. She rushed and caught her son with a hug and a heartbeat. Noticing this, the man had a realization. He may be God's favored, but he's too small to start his studies at the Academy of Dawn. What is your name? Xavier, my lord, she answered respectfully. Xavier, do you want to be with your son? Was this something to even ask? She nodded strongly. Yes, I want to be with Max. As I said before, to harm a mother caring for her child is a sin beyond salvation. But know this, he is bound to greatness far beyond your comprehension. He is God's favored, a holy apostle. His time and attention may not be focused on you when he's older, for he is the bard of God, as spoken by his first hymn. But you can still see him and meet him. That is as long as you agree to join the Bright Mothers and devote yourself to the service of God and the sick. You are a healer. You shall be valued. He offered her and told her all the good and bad aspects so as not to create impossible expectations. Join the church as a Bright Mother. It would put her in a life of service to the church, and she could never marry or hold any lustful thoughts. Only abstinence was the proper way. Xavier had no such feelings anyway, and to be able to reside beside her son in the Holy Land was a blessing in disguise. However, it ached her heart knowing that being a God's favored would put her son through many mental and physical hardships. However, she could have the solace and assurance that she would be by his side, no matter what. Xavier glanced at Sylvester in her arms. The boy, too, was looking at her face with his sparkling golden eyes. She kissed him on the forehead and said, "I accept, my lord. I will become a bright mother." "Wonderful. Unit 1, go with this woman and help her get the luggage. If anyone stops you, purge. One more thing, where is your husband, Mother Xavier?" Inquisitor High Lord asked her, now addressing her as a bright mother's designation. "He's no longer with us," she replied, a saddened look visible on her face. She's lying. Sylvester felt it. Xavier just tried to look down to hide her eyes, but Sylvester saw them and they contracted a bit. And one more thing he felt. What's happening? Why am I tasting this weird salty and sour taste on my tongue? The Inquisitor High Lord took her words for truth, it seemed. Worry not. No one can fight fate. If the Lord gives you hardships, he must have a reason. You just do good and wait, for fate is ever-changing like the 5 seasons. Go now. I shall care for the blessed child." Xavier nodded and carefully handed Sylvester to him. She then left for her house in the poorest area of the village. The people were all kneeling as if their life depended on it, but they had scorn in their eyes. Sylvester was happy that she was coming along. He did not know what kind of world he was in or what this holy land was all about, but his tasks were just half done. He glanced at the kneeling man, the one who assaulted Xavier. He repeated his past life's teachings. No mercy. He lifted his tiny hand and pointed towards Chief Dessert. Badman hurt mama, bad man, It was his strategy to use his age. He will only use whole sentences when singing made-up hymns. This way, the charm and uniqueness will remain, and at the same time, he will use broken sentences for daily life, at least until he's 5 years old. Bad man, like a song on repeat, he screamed. Chief Dessert felt like digging himself into the ground right there. He angrily looked at Sylvester, and his body went cold at the sight. The little baby's eyes were full of intelligence, and his face looked smug as if he knew what he was doing and what it implied. "And no, my esteemed lord, the child is mistaken. I was merely helping Xavier and—" Sylvester cut him off and started crying. It was super easy as a baby. It was as if his voice box was made to screech like a banshee. "Mama cry, bad man touch." The Inquisitor High Lord softly put Sylvester in a better hold on his left arm, so that his tiny body was tucked between it and his body. He then proceeded to Dessert, clearly having taken the words of a child over the man. For Sylvester, everything went as planned. Chapter 666, Goodbye. Lord Inquisitor stopped beside Dessert's head. "Look up into my eyes. Ah, I see the cries. For years you have abused the blessing of the Holy Lord. Your family was given the boon to building this village 4 centuries ago, and you have tarnished their legacy. Dozens of women you are *ped, so many men you killed, and today you dared to sin against the God's favored, the apostle from heaven. A sin worth your bloodline, so much vice, and it still can't suffice you. Hence, your bloodline is what shall get removed. That's the only way this land can be improved. Hands, bring the Dessert family here and end their bloodline," he ordered loud and clear. "And no, please, great lord, please, they didn't do anything wrong. They are innocent, it was all me. There are little kids. Kill me, spare them, I beg you." Dessert jumped to hold Inquisitor High Lord's feet. In the faith of Solis, there is forgiveness for those who redeem, and death for those whose crimes go this extreme. Thud. Without warning, he lifted his metal-shielded leg and stomped on Dessert's head. Blood splattered, leaving it as a crushed paste of bone and brain matter, a feast for crows later. Sylvester blankly watched. In his years of service in the CIA, he had seen various gore and violence, sometimes being its creator. He was somewhat amazed by what occurred. An ordinary human does not have the strength to do this to a skull easily. What was more shocking to him was that the giant man who was so gentle with him and kind to Xavier was all of a sudden such a barbarian. And this was not even the end. "No, let me go. Run, run, my children." A dozen Inquisitor men dragged 3 men, 4 women and 4 young teens to the front. Only the 3 men were there before. The women and children had been sleeping in their house until now. They were thrown to the ground beside the Inquisitor High Lord's feet, exactly where the headless corpse of Chief Desert was lying. Blood was infused in the sand that had turned it into bloody mud. They were in horror at the sight. In a scornful, heavy voice, Inquisitor High Lord passed his judgment. "Your bloodline has committed a crime against God's favored. Your bloodline has tainted this land in the name of the Holy Father, the Supreme Pontiff, Axel Tar-Creed the Wise. By his creed, witches and possessed burnings have been outlawed unless sanctioned by the Church or me. Yet you dare to commit false burnings to silence the victims of your crimes. All humans who follow the Lord are born equal, and those who don't are heathens and deserve nothing but destruction." His assistant, Hans, quickly brought a thick golden book and held it in front of the Lord Inquisitor. The giant man then placed his palm on it, making it shine in bright, warm, golden light. Sylvester could feel it as he was much closer to it. He then announced, "All hold witness, in the year 5100 of the Holy Sun, I, Inquisitor High Lord, Third Guardian of Light, with the power and duty bestowed upon me by the Supreme Pontiff, declares Desert family line excommunicated for heresy and condemns it to be erased." Amen. The thousands of soldiers from the Inquisitor army echoed all together. None of the villagers tried to come forward to save the family. Instead, chopping blocks were brought forward, and heads were forcibly put on them and locked. The men, women, and teens cried for mercy, but that was the only thing missing. No last words were allowed to be spoken, for heathens had no rights. Then, one by one, tall knights with sharp broadswords took their positions. They covered their faces with visors and hands with gloves to not let the heathen blood taint their skin. Like rats half stuck in a trap, the Desert family tried their hardest to get out, pulling and twisting, wounding themselves. Some broke their throats and some bled themselves. Some raged and screamed mindlessly. Their eyes turned red from the suffocation, and their mouths released foam. Rage, fear, and wish to live combined made them seem like animals giving their last fight. But it was all useless. The Holy Inquisition may not be the most powerful and professional army, but they were the best at one thing: beheading. They swung their swords on the necks in unison. Thud, eyes still open, mouths still releasing foam, heads rolled on the bloody, dirty ground. The knights quickly cleaned their blades on the clothes of those they had just beheaded. Then quickly, their subordinates brought leather water pouches and poured holy water on the blades to purify them of the heathen blood. Sylvester sighed. Hopefully, it was a good thing this family died. He was not a wuss to cry or vomit, but his little baby heart was shaken slightly. One question repeated itself again and again in his mind: what kind of fucked up world is this? He knew witch hunting and burning happened in Europe in the Dark Ages, but what he saw and heard was too systematic, too institutionalized. And not to say the magic was real here. All his reasoning told him one thing: this is some sort of fantasy, magical, religious world that's stuck in the Dark Ages on drugs. He cursed his luck. After so long, he finally got to be reborn. But all for worse, he appeared in a world that was more of a curse. Nevertheless, he saw Xavier arriving, looking shocked by the gore as well. Sylvester felt some solace. If people like her can exist, maybe not everything is rotten here. The Inquisitor High Lord looked around at the villagers. He was certainly not pleased with them, as they, too, were a part of this. The archbishop of this duchy shall arrive here tomorrow to purify this land. Hands, bring me the decree paper. A new leader needs to be selected. Xavier, my child, who is the most gentle believer in the village? He inquired. After thinking for a second and glancing around, she answered, that would be the Lady Healer Sophia. She's the midwife who helped me birth Max. He slammed his staff on the ground, making the whole village grounds shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Then, by my decree, Healer Sophia is to become the village chief. Come forth and take this parchment for approval. The middle-aged woman came forward with her head held low in respect. She knelt in front of him after taking the priceless piece of paper. I will do my duty to the best of my ability, my lord. He nodded and let her leave. His work was done here and now awaited the stagecoach to travel. His large size was his curse, as no horse could support him. Yawning, Sylvester felt tired. He had not slept at all in the previous few hours. He just wanted this chapter to end now and go back to sleep in Xavier's warm, soft arms. But then, suddenly, he felt a certain pressure developing in his little stick between the legs. Of course, he was a baby and had no real control over his digestive and urinary systems. Brrrr. He started making the sound that he used to tell Xavier whenever he needed to loosen himself. But after a minute of making a fool out of himself, he noticed she was still not responding and continued to stare at the corpses of the dessert family. Hey, mother, look here. Your son is fighting for his dear life. He intensified the bubbling sound. Not Xavier, the Inquisitor High Lord, was alerted. He faced him and asked, "What is it that you need, blessed child?" Sylvester had no way of telling what kind of man this giant was. His face was covered with a metal plate. Was he a good old man or a terrifying monster with a deformed face? No, I must hold on. I can't pee on him. No man with self-respect can shrug off being peed on, especially if it's not their fetish and they belong to a high class. Mama, brrrr. What a cute little lad. Inquisitor High Lord felt his bubbling noise was cute and poked his cheeks. This man's single finger was as big as Sylvester's entire leg, and he was supposed to be the fattest baby ever. Brrrr. Ha ha ha. Hans and a few other knights laughed hearing him fawning over his cuteness. Sylvester just cursed at them. Fools, don't laugh at a man's misery. I can't. This is too much. The floodgates opened, flowers bloomed, and spring arrived. That was when poor baby Sylvester let himself loose. His tiny bladder held as much as it could. Now he cared not for any consequences and instead basked in the relaxing feeling it brought. He peed so much that it might just cure the village's drought. His eyes shut closed in ecstasy. He was in heaven. But then he remembered. A small bead of sweat flowed down his forehead. The sound of water hitting metal was audible. He opened his eyes, and sure enough, the sky was not raining. It was his manhood. His face paled more and more as his small, yet strong fountain of sparkling water rained down on Inquisitor High Lord's conical metal hat. No movement or sound was audible at that moment. The entire Inquisitor army stared at the madness occurring while Inquisitor High Lord's arms started to shake as if in uncontrollable fury. Sylvester saw his short month-long life flash in front of his eyes. He sighed. It seems I shall return to being a damn snake. God, please grant me a nicer world next time. Xavier, it was nice knowing you. Adios, ciao, sayonara. Chapter 7 must live. Xavier just noticed the incident when it was occurring. The shiny water fountain was showering the one man it should not. Her face darkened in fright, similar to her son's. Hans rushed to get a towel for his lord. He shouted to the soldiers to bring a seat so he could wipe the armor. My lord, please take a seat. Hans feared that the lord might be displeased. But the giant man did not budge. Instead, he awkwardly stared at Max's face. Then, contrary to what all believed, a shocking thing happened. Ha ha ha, so this is what having a grandchild feels like. The Inquisitor High Lord laughed in a heavy voice that shook their hearts. However, it was not a menacing laugh, but rather one belonging to a good neighborhood old man. It was awkward to be called a grandchild after being 85, but Sylvester was ready to take it if it meant living another day. What a bipolar, crazy old man. Xavier rushed and took him back into her arms, swinging him to make him fall asleep. He did exactly that. His body had already been overworked, and it was not good for a little boy like him. Now that the bad luck had passed away, he felt peaceful. He cared not if this church was evil. All he knew was that he lived to breathe another day. With the melodious humming of Xavier, he felt like lying on a field of flowers on a spring day. The hope that the future would be as bright as her voice reignited in his heart. His eyes shut with one last thought flowing in his mind. Magic is real in this world. If that's the case, it's my shortcut to a peaceful life. The strong are respected and feared. The weak have no right. It's the simple truth of the society he had learnt and accepted in his previous life. In this world, this seemed to be even more truthful. What he saw today may have been just the trailer. The real movie could be just beginning, and he could only hope this church was not into young boys. After he dozed off, he had no idea what happened outside. The giant carriage with multiple horses slowly rolled on the unpaved road. The Inquisitor army was marching on foot. Hence, it was taking more time than normal. But there was all the luxury one would need inside that carriage, from water to food. The soldiers also had all the necessary things, as a few wizards could produce water, while they had more carriages full of meat and vegetables. Each night, they were to set up a camp and cook. They were highly trained and professional when it came to their behavior, a noticeable difference from the Earth's Inquisitors, who were more thieves and scums than servants of God. Sylvester woke up after a long sleep. The journey had begun long ago as the sun beamed its rays on them. His diaper cloth changed, and his tummy filled with milk. He freely focused on various sceneries and people. I don't think I can ever get used to drinking milk the natural way, he sighed to himself. Move, a loud shout resounded, followed by a long sound of a trumpet. The next thing he knew, the carriage hurried with the men at the front and the back beginning to sing the hymns of whatever god they prayed to. Meanwhile, he was fascinated by the things outside that he saw through the two windows. He was sitting on Xavier's lap, on whose left side was another female, probably some sort of nun. A thin man in metal armor sat on the right side. The Inquisitor High Lord took the whole opposite side alone. He was a big man. Interested about outside? Come, sit here. The Inquisitor High Lord took Sylvester's tiny body and put it on his lap. He looked out, and by far, the most fascinating thing was the giant, steep, rocky cliff on the left that seemed to run just beside the road. He could not see the full height as the road was too close. However, the cliff provided a cool shadow on the pathway. If he looked from the other window, all he could see was a vast plain of infertile drylands. The Inquisitor High Lord felt the need to tell the baby in his arms about some legends about this place. He spoke. Studies should begin from a young age, especially for the gods favored. Child, what you see here is the Wall of Void. Beyond that cliff is a vast region called the Divine Desert. Perhaps your birth here is a sign that you too shall conquer this desert one day. Like the fifth pope, Pollux Ragthon the warrior. Sylvester had 1,000 questions on his mind, but he knew to stay silent at such a time. However, he could always mumble around, so he pointed at the locket hanging on the man's chest and played with it. Aya aya. Oh, marvelous, the man loudly exclaimed. Only you, the one graced by the light's touch, would know the mark of the Church of Solis. What's he rambling about? Sylvester stayed busy with his thoughts. Pa. His thoughts stopped wandering when the loud trumpet resounded. The carriage came to a halt with that, and a knight approached the window to report. "Lord Inquisitor, the sun will set soon. We shall camp here." The Inquisitor High Lord looked outside at the surroundings. Yet another day had come to an end. It was an ominous sight to his eyes under the bright full moon. "We will be cornered beside the cliff and the open fields on the other side. It's a full moon, and the nightly creatures can easily attack us. Tell the men to install the blessing pillars carefully." "Yes, my lord." The army started to create the camp in the form of a semicircle. First, they used the cliff as a natural wall and made 2 exits on the open side. Next, they used the various carriages to create a semicircular wall around the camp, erecting watchtowers on those carriages. All the men moved swiftly. Clearly, this was not their first time. Then the largest tent was set in the middle of the most guarded location. This belonged to the Inquisitor High Lord. Then, another smaller tent was placed beside it and given to Xavier and Sylvester. There was nothing to do in the darkness of the night, so after everyone ate their fill, they headed to sleep. The guards were stationed to watch periodically. Soon, the noises subsided and were taken over by the owl's hoots and the wolves' howls in the distance. The desert's coldness didn't help either and made Sylvester cling to Xavier for warmth in sleep. "J. P. Promias must live, love you, forever." AAH, like that of an owl, Sylvester's eyes shot open a few hours later. His heart raced madly and his body sweated. The ghosts of the past had not left his mind even in this life. The painful memory from the past kept reminding him of the last words his wife spoke to him. "It's awfully warm all of a sudden. What's happening?" He felt Xavier sweating as well. Clank, the sound of swords clashing came. This alerted Sylvester to the fullest. He glanced around and noticed red flashes outside all around the tent. "Protect the gods favored," shouts rang. "Is there a fire?" Sylvester wondered and tried to wake Xavier by punching her face with his chubby hands. "Mohammed." Xavier soon opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. But when she heard the loud shouts and the tragic memory from the desert village resurfaced, she jumped up and tightly hugged Sylvester, pressing him against her agitated chest. What's happening?" She looked around in panic. "Save the gods favored. Don't let them get closer." Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook, and a loud blast echoed due to a large cliff nearby. Sylvester had lost all his sleep and was looking around to deduce who was even attacking them. Grrrrrrrrr. He was alarmed. This noise was too close to them and too distinct. He tried to look everywhere, from the ceiling to the groove. Fuck, why does this world hate me? A few meters away, the ground started to dig open. Something was trying to come out of it, making unfriendly growls. Then, bit by bit, the head peeked out, completely bald and yellow. It had pus-filled tumors on it. Grrrrrrr. Then its thin face appeared and sent chills down Sylvester's spine. It was so hideous that even an incestual mother couldn't love it. Its round white eyes with no pupils were nearly falling out. The unknown creature's jaw hung wide open, its tongue brandished outside. Was it a zombie or a normal man? It was unknown. "Mama Magaik," he chirped, telling Xavier to do something. She felt helpless. "I'm a medical wizard and our magic is the weakest at night. All I can do to harm it is." Xavier held him with one arm and started to wave the other in the air, making some sort of pattern. She kept on doing it as her lips moved silently, and then a green light appeared on her palm. It was mesmerizing and mind-blowing for the little boy, for what was common to her was a miracle to him. "Please work." She pushed her palm forward a little and sent the green light towards the zombie-like creature. Unfortunately, the light traveled very slowly and sometimes flickered, proving she was not good at this kind of magic. The creature was still coming out of the ground by pushing the rest of the body up with its arms. It appeared to be wearing tattered clothes and had flesh wounds all over it, just like a zombie. but its movements were too careful, implying its intelligence. Soon, the green light touched the creature and passed right through it. Sadly, all it did was burn the creature's facial hair and make it fully aware of their direction. Now it hastened and pushed itself out completely. Then, without wasting a second, it started walking towards them with constant angry growls. It did nothing. It did nothing. Sylvester and Xavier had the same thought at the same time. She quickly retreated back as far as she could, nearly touching the tent walls. Sadly, the tent was not ordinary either, as it was made for safety from the outside. She could not tear it apart. Xavier didn't stop, however. She kept sending that green energy wave at the creature, again and again, not stopping even when she was panting like she had run a marathon. Her hair became disheveled and fell on her face by the 20th try. She screamed in rage and kept going. Please work. This can't be the end. We can't die just like that. Her heart beat in panic as she noticed the creature had only become more agitated from her attempts. Kill the god favored. The creature inched closer while growling. No. Xavier hugged him tighter and covered his body as much as she could with her arms. Fuck, Sylvester cursed silently. Why was this creature after him? When did he make enemies? What was it even? A million questions took over his mind, but the fear of dying was above everything else. The words of his dead wife kept echoing in his head. I must live, he repeated inwardly. Nobody was going to come and save him, and to expect that would happen was foolish. Always expect Murphy's Law to prevail. Unfortunately, Xavier was not strong enough, and the tent's exit was behind the creature. That left him no choice but to try doing the same thing that saved him the last time. As the reality of the situation seeped into their minds, Xavier hugged him tighter, and Sylvester's will to survive got stronger. Finally, he turned around in her arms to face the creature, and then closed his eyes to start being what he promised to be, the god's bard. As soon as he sang the crude hymns in his baby voice, a bright golden halo appeared behind his head, shedding its light all over the tent. Then automatically, Sylvester's right chubby hand came up, and the palm faced forward. For the voices telling me to keep moving along. My will is strong, and here I sing your song. You are the master, the bringer and savior of disaster. I sing to you as your loyal magic caster. As Sylvester was entirely devoted to singing with his eyes closed, Xavier tried to make as much distance between them and the threat possible. But the creature picked up its pace and reached merely a few feet away. Your bard stands strong as this creature threatens. I pray for protection, for granting me the weapons. Teach me, I call for your lessons from the heavens. This unholy filth committed one of the gravest transgressions. The creature reached too close. Its growls became loud enough to shake their hearts, but Sylvester did not stop and continued to chant. I shall do your bid, and ensure there remains not a single filthy trace. You are the grace and the light that all must embrace. Boom! Sylvester's right palm shined in golden white light, followed by a deafening blast that roared and a blinding light that covered the entirety of the tent, making it appear like a lighthouse in the dark night. GRWA. The creature jumped with all its might to reach the child. It protruded its thin arms as far as it could with a high-pitched shrill, for even a single touch was enough to kill. Kill the gods favored. Chapter 8 Wizard Rank. Boom! The energy from Sylvester's palm increased as he finished singing the hymn a second time. Then it suddenly released itself from his palm and traveled as a beam of spectacular warm energy. Xavier suddenly cried in pain. Her body was thrown back to the tent wall so hard from the sudden recoil that she felt her bones reach the limit. The small tent was engulfed in such a strong release of golden white magical energy that nothing could be seen in the light. Sylvester appeared like a little laughing Buddha with closed eyes, a halo behind his head, and the magic coming out of his right palm. Boom! The tent blew open, burning away in golden ashes. The creature's cries resounded in the background as flesh wounds were inflicted with deeper gashes. It raged and pushed hard, but it stood no chance of fighting against this. First its upper skin, then the muscles and then the organs. Layer by layer, all of it was blown away by the bright, warm magic. Yet the beam didn't stop and traveled fast. It decimated the tents in its path and soon hit the cliffside with a loud explosion. However, the little boy had no control over the magic and kept releasing, caving a wide tunnel on the cliffside. Now, without the roof over them, they were open for all eyes to see. The soldiers and knights surrounding the tent realized they had already failed at their task. Not only that, the little child was saving their life instead. The magic beam cast its warmth all around, acting as the bane to the creatures of the night. They screeched, they raged, but they couldn't fight. The army took advantage of the situation and dug their swords into the enemy's heads. Then the Inquisitor High Lord tapped the staff to the ground and engulfed the bodies in bright, deadly crimson flames, ending the dreadful night. Slowly, the sun-like bright magic from Sylvester subsided and the uneasy darkness returned. The fight had ended, yet the men found themselves unable to move. They were in awe of the magic they had witnessed, as never in their lives had they seen a child achieve such a feat. The Inquisitor High Lord walked to Xavier and took Sylvester in his arms. The boy had fallen unconscious for reasons understandable. He boomed in pure reverence, to kill the filthy desert cannibals with such ease. There are no doubts left anymore. He is the true God's favored. The clanking sound of the armor spread instantly as the men started to salute with their arms crossed on the chest plate. They thumped their armor to bring forth the music of victory. To them, Sylvester Maximilian was not just a random child but already a legend. He is tired, Mother Xavier. Casting magic in the middle of the night even takes a toll on my body. Go and nurture him to health, said the Inquisitor High Lord while handing him back. But Xavier didn't like how thin and pale Sylvester looked. It was as if he suddenly lost some percentage of his body mass. She just swung him in her arms and moved to the large horse carriage to feed him because the tent was gone. Wait, the Inquisitor High Lord called from behind. He faced his aide, Hans, and ordered, "Bring me a blank rank slate." This order seemed to have caused murmurs among the soldiers. Hans didn't dare say anything either and quickly ran to the carriage's storage box. When he returned, he had a small golden plate with irregular edges. The Inquisitor High Lord took it and walked to Xavier. Without asking, he placed the golden plate on Sylvester's chest and stepped back. The whole army stared at the mother and son silently, all eyes focused on the golden plate. It showed no activity for a good few minutes, and the Lord Inquisitor's theory seemed to have failed. Ma. The instant Sylvester's childish gibberish left his mouth, the golden plate started to shine in bright light. Then slowly, the smooth surface of the plate began to change, and at the center, two empty rectangular slots appeared. Once they were clear, the slate stopped shining. Hans felt as if his eyes would fall out any moment. "This, my lord." Inquisitor High Lord's eyes shined red behind the visor. Marvellous. Merely 2 months old and already an adept wizard. Solis has blessed us, truly blessed us. Men of Inquisition, clean the filthy land and sing the holy hymns. Prepare to move. We cannot afford to delay anymore. We must present the gods favored to the Holy Father in a month. As he said this, he glanced at Xavier with a mind full of questions. She was worried and caressed Sylvester's face, not at all shocked by the changing pattern on the slate. The boy was fine, but a mother's care was something none could decline. It was her right. However, sometimes that right could be the reason the child strays from the Lord's light. It was something the Lord Inquisitor needed to prevent, at all cost. In the middle of the night, they were once again on the road. Xavier sat the whole way silently, not uttering a single word. In an instant, her life had changed so much. The chain of events was bizarre, and everything started from the day Sylvester was born. She did not complain, for he was her cherished son, but she did feel that he was too different. Being a helper of the village healer, she had seen many Bobbies, but unfortunately, Sylvester shared nothing with them. He rarely wet himself, and whenever he needed to poop, he made sounds to attract attention. Then the night she was attacked by Chief Dessert, her son screamed. She never taught him how to speak, so the hymns that followed were even more absurd. And now he showed such magical feats that, on the surface, seemed nonsensical. The fanatics from the church could easily dismiss it as heaven's grace, but not her. She had her fair share of secrets in life, but Sylvester made her feel like there was more to him than what met the eye. Was he really God's favored or just something else? Baba! Sylvester made noise from her lap, waking up after a long 12-hour nap and recuperating the lost energy. Xavier knew what this meant. He was hungry. So taking the thin blanket to cover her chest, she fed her son. Again, an activity she couldn't get used to due to how he behaved. He'd refused to look and kept his eyes closed while drinking milk. He never made any noise or played. He simply drank until he felt full and tried to get away from her chest. He was far too bright and behaved for his age. His eyes, they don't have that innocence and confusion like other Bobbies. Yet she kept these observations to herself because being alive right now was the highest priority. She had heard rumors about how ruthless the church was, and making them enemies was the last thing she wanted. Meanwhile, Sylvester had his own chain of thoughts vastly different from Xavier. What he did back then proved he had magical powers. A lot of it. The feeling when he used magic could only be described as ethereal soothing to the body, as if he released the frustration of a lifetime. Yes, it weakened him but also calmed his mind. But the experience reaffirmed a few ideas. He could not rely just on Xavier for physical protection, as everything seemed to be going wrong since his birth. The only hands and abilities he could blindly rely on to survive were his own. One thing he needed to increase his odds of surviving the early years was to gain knowledge. Knowledge about anything and everything about the world. What attacked him, the geography, the political landscape, the powerhouses, and above all, magic. However, since he could not speak openly, he could only rely on the words being spoken around him to gain more information. So, he relaxed and closed his eyes, acting as if asleep. However, he was only trying to listen to the various knights close by, riding on their steeds. Arg, I will be reassigned to that wretched northern border again. Can't these dunces just not fight in the name of Solis? They are brother and sister for God's sake, said a knight on a brown horse, his shining silver knight's armor clanking with the movement. Another knight lifted his visor beside him, revealing blue eyes, brown hair, and a scarred nose. It's not hard to comprehend. All these kingdoms came out of a handful of empires. Now each wants to stay stronger. The War of Two Worlds is over, and the continent finally knows peace. But why fight each other? They've got the bloody mountain hordes to defend against anyway. The church sending us there is a waste of resources. The blue-eyed knight scoffed and pulled down his visor. Why all the crying? Be happy we're in the inquisitorial army and not the regular ones. You just got to heal the possessed and burn the forsaken ones. The knight shuddered at the thought of it. That is more nerve-wracking than fighting, my friend. Sylvester felt his little brain hurt from all the talk. To make heads or tails out of different words, names and locations without knowing their meaning was like understanding a wife joke while being Will Smith. They just don't make sense to you. But one thing that interested him incredibly was this War of Two Worlds. What was it? The world was becoming more and more mysterious as the procession moved on the rugged road. Pa, loud trumpets resounded yet again, twice this time. A few moments later, Hans, the knight in golden armor, came trotting from the front. He stopped by the window of the carriage and addressed, "Lord Inquisitor, we have entered the lands of Gracia Kingdom. We shall make camp here. Do not stop. Go directly to the royal palace of the Queen. The child needs rest." He ordered and glanced at Sylvester on his lap, already innocently asleep with his head resting on the thick arm. Children, so naive that they do not know the darkness in this land. This innocence is what we fight for. I pray to Solis, may this blessed little child bring forth the holy light and solve this land's plight. Mother Xavia, we are arriving at the Gracia Kingdom. We shall dine with the royal family. You may don bright mother's robes to ensure no corrupt man has unholy opinions about you. I shall do that, my lord. She bowed her head, something she had done from the start to avoid offending him. The man then glanced at Sylvester on her lap. "And I wish for the gods favored to be tidied and given a change of clothes, one befitting of his standing." "I will need to buy some clothes first, my lord," said Xavia. He nodded and faced the other man in knight's armor who sat on Xavia's right. Only his face was visible. He was a bald, black man with a white stubble beard and striking blue eyes. "Mother Xavia, this man is Sir Adric Dalorum, a fine talented knight of the silver rank, and also a wizard of the adept rank, same as favored one. He shall be his aide henceforth. Sir Dalorum, you are to ensure the safety of Mother Xavia and the child." The strange wizard knight clenched his metal gauntlet and affirmatively tapped on his breastplate. Sylvester, however, only heard a few words. "Wait, I am an adept rank." Chapter 9 Warning Signs. Once renowned as the Gracia Empire, the Gracia Kingdom governed nearly all kingdoms in the continent's eastern region. However, the Thousand-Year War was not kind to it, as it lost its great powerhouses and wealth. As a result, its strength dropped to the same footing as the kingdoms it governed. This resulting civil war ultimately shattered it into small kingdoms. One would still see traces of the fallen empire's grandeur throughout these small kingdoms, embedded in their culture and architecture, even if these kingdoms didn't acknowledge it. But the same could not be said about the Gracia Kingdom. The Gracia Empire used to be one of the three strongest empires on the continent, mainly due to its most fertile and resource-rich land. And above all, the faith of Solis was headquartered there. To this day, the kingdom's only aspiration is to rise and reclaim its lost territories once again, and ultimately bring forth its glorious past. That was one deadly nap. Nightmares of that dark pool of white snakes are still there, but where am I? To little Sylvester, sleeping was like dropping dead for hours. But these long naps gave him another headache. They scared him when he woke up. Being an ex-spy, it used to be his priority never to let the situation go out of control. He always tried to interpret information and deduce things from the behaviors of the people around him. But as fate would have it, he had no idea where he was. The last thing he recalled was sleeping in Xavia's lap as the carriage headed for a city. Now he sat on an unknown woman's lap, held tight and close to her ample, soft breasts. She had golden blonde hair, gray eyes, smooth skin, and tons of makeup. Her wrinkles revealed her age to be around 40, but they only added more beauty to her smile. "Wait, this isn't my mother. Where am I? Where is she? Aw, look at you, so small and beautiful. Look, our hair color matches." The woman treated him like one would treat a puppy. He didn't heed her and looked around. Quickly, he realized where he was. It was some sort of a dining hall. There was a long table on whose sides people were sitting, from old to young. The woman on whose lap he was seated at one end, on her more prominent and luxurious chair, which revealed a lot more about her standing in the room. The place belonged to someone wealthy, as the hall looked similar to a noble house during the Renaissance. Colorful paintings and beautiful vases decorated the hall to the brim. There was shining gold all around, from the cutlery to the chandelier on the ceiling. Thankfully, he also found Xavia sitting second to the blonde woman's right. The first was the Inquisitor High Lord. One more peculiar thing was that everyone else had gray eyes and blonde hair besides his mother and the Inquisitor High Lord. Ah, such a curious child. Dear God's favored, I am Empress Rexine Gracia of the Gracia Kingdom. You may call me Grandma Rex if you want. She chimed so lovingly that Sylvester felt she was his family for a second. But then his senses prevailed, and he noted the little details. First, he had to lick his lips a few times as he suddenly felt a strange taste and smell in his mouth. His tongue felt sour and salty, while his nose noticed a sweet rosy aroma. It was odd yet familiar. Ever since he was born, he would randomly sense these weird smells and tastes. Let's see. Glaring eyes, I can feel the fastened heartbeat and how her cheeks contract every time. She was feeling envious. That was all he could crudely guess. It was not too hard to guess why. Sylvester was the freshly proclaimed God's favored, and if this status was as significant as how pretentious it sounded, then this Empress, in all likelihood, was cursing her luck for not finding him first. That shall be sufficient, Empress. The blessed child needs respite. The Inquisitor High Lord was prompt to take him away and let him feel warm on his lap, cladding him with his drape. Slowly the hall began to go empty. The neatly dressed servants took the plates. Then, finally, only the Empress, the Inquisitor High Lord, and Xavia remained. But for some reason, the Empress kept staring at Xavia. The big man noticed. Do not heed her, Empress Rexine. She's merely here for the child. She is one of our kind. We are all joined by the Church, by grace, and by the Holy Souli's faith. So please speak your mind. The sharp sound of the chair scraping against the floor alerted Sylvester. He knew this behavior. The people in the room were about to discuss something important. The Empress folded her arms. Her persona of an old, wise, beautiful queen disappeared the next moment as her face contorted into an ever-present sneer. Lord Inquisitor, the last time we met, you assured me that you would discuss my matter with the Holy Father. Yet, I have not heard anything in 3 months. Such matters take time, Empress. The devil takes a hand in what is done in haste, and the Supreme Pontiff must also think about the whole continent and the peace treaty with the filthy heathens of the East. Please do not call me Empress. This pathetic title, it's hollow. The truth is that there is no Gracia Empire left. It broke into pieces and she babbled to show her fit of anger and the increasing frustration. Sylvester felt an emotional flare-up in Inquisitor High Lord. He could feel it from the lap, the way man's muscles had tensed, and he could hear the churning sound of the leather gloves on his clenched fist. Lord Inquisitor was enraged by the Empress's actions. Unaware of this, the Empress revealed her thoughts. Don't you forget, fighting for the Church was what made us lose wealth in our powerhouses. The weakening and the eventual breakdown of Gracia Empire was Her words instantly came to a halt as fear became apparent on her face. Her body shivered as her eyes remained locked on the Inquisitor High Lord's visor. She quickly stood up, dropped to her knees with a thud, and clapped her hands together. I apologize for the transgression, my lord. I am a devoted servant of the faith. May the light enlighten our paths and nourish our generations. Amen, the man stood up. He used his cane to walk closer to the Empress or Queen. She dared not to look up at his face anymore. Palm on the floor. His words carried no emotion. It was a command she could only comply with. Without any squeal or words, she extended her right-hand palm and placed it on the floor. Alorg. She cried in pain and regret. The Inquisitor High Lord put his sabaton metal boot on her palm, pressing it with enough force to produce the cracking of bones breaking. Empress Gracia's tears fell, mourning her earlier meltdown. Look me in the eyes, he commanded. His face was entirely covered with a metal-plated mask, but through the small opening for the eyes, She could see the blood-red glow gripping her heart with fear. The eyes reminded her that he was the third guardian of light, a man of grand wizard rank, a being powerful enough to vanquish cities with a wave of his hand. Forgive me, Lord Inquisitor, I was out of Lee. He cut her off. Green tribe, that's what everyone called your family 5,000 years ago. Luther Vass Hermington, the first pope, graced you with his aid. Then, for the same grace, you named yourself the Gracia family. You need to be reminded of history, child, for the ignorant ones are doomed to repeat the mistakes of old. Crack, her wrist broke from his weight, but she didn't shriek, albeit in extreme pain. Merely a few days ago, I excommunicated and eradicated the ruling family of Desert Village for their sacrilege. I wish not to make that of a kingdom. Empress Gracia, may you have a good night's sleep and ample time to reconsider your thoughts. He walked away with his cane, making menacing steps on the tiled floor. Each time it touched the floor, the Empress' heart pounded in fear. She wondered if this one would be a move that would uproot her entire imperial city, because she knew the third guardian was known not to show pity. Yet nothing occurred, and the steps slowly grew farther and farther, finally allowing her to take a breath and fall back on her rear. But by then, the adrenaline had lost effect as she felt soul-wrenching pain. Ag! Healers, call healers. Her right hand and fingers were like broken sticks, but it was something that the resident wizard could easily fix. At the same time, outside, the Inquisitor High Lord showed Xavia the way to her room. She had managed to stay quiet despite what she saw this afternoon, but her mind was still feeling numb and lost. This is your room. He handed Sylvester to her, but it didn't end there. His hand tightly rested on Xavia's left shoulder, clenching it. She looked at him in the eye sockets of the visor, and in them was the same look he gave the Queen, but she felt less panic-stricken. Sylvester simultaneously sensed a familiar smell, one that he smelled the time that Chief Desert tried to kill him, so bitter. His nose, tongue, and even his breathing felt bitter. What you witnessed there should not get out, child. His calm, commanding voice and raging aura didn't match, but she managed to nod, so he continued. In the faith of Solis, we call all female devotees mothers. Are you a good mother, Mother Xavia? Why, yes, my lord. I love Sylvester and care for him well. Ah! She felt the grip on her shoulder tighten, making her cry out in pain. The man nodded and menacingly uttered, "That I know very well. Yet, what about the faith and the realm? Perhaps, one day if I discover someone uttering how this queen shuddered under my foot, I shall see if you've been a good mother. Good night, child. May the light guide you to the righteous paths." Chapter 10:10:10. The Bard repeats. The horses trotted on the fine stone-paved road, and the carriage followed. The hooves made rackets, indicating to them the speed at which the carriage now moved. The road appeared much more bustling, and the fields on both sides were full of luscious crops, farmers, and grazing cows. The procession had left Green City, the capital of Gracia Kingdom. Yet, neither Sylvester nor Xavia looked any better. Their eyes had dark circles. The events that transpired last evening had provided them with enough thoughts for the night's struggle. Xavia was scared and uncertain about the future after the indirect warning from the Inquisitor High Lord, while Sylvester's evaluation was much more profound, hence more nightmarish to him. He now realized why the man didn't order Xavia to leave when he knew the Queen would speak and make a fool out of herself. This was probably not the first time the Queen lost her temper. Hence, the Lord must have judged what was about to happen. Therefore, in Sylvester's eyes, it was a show of strength and pressure tactic to scare Xavia into submission and loyalty. After all, what was she if even the Queen's status was beneath the Lord? Sylvester used to employ these indirect threats in his past life, as they often got the job done without too much sweat or violence. But here, this was more of an eye-opener to him. He had made himself too comfortable on the lap of that man. He was fooled by the grandfatherly aura and voice, forgetting that war is often the ruling older men's choice. Sylvester was thankful to himself that he only used the man for information, but he had to stop trusting the Inquisitor High Lord too much. It was a lesson learned by all CIA sleeper agents in his previous world. Expect the worst from those you expect the best. And this was certainly not a peaceful fairytale world. Hence, he needed to tread carefully. I need to change my worldview. This realm is ruthless, disgusting, and lawless. I can't treat or judge beings by the standards of the 21st century Earth. Sylvester glanced at the Lord Inquisitor who was sitting opposite him and Xavier. He wondered what was behind that mask. After a moment of thought, Sylvester closed his eyes. It didn't matter. For now, the only person he could trust in this world was his mother. Her safety was his priority for now because he'd be stuck in this tiny body without her. Sleeping was like quick travel in games for Sylvester. Every time he woke up, he smelled unusual fragrances and saw different things. But he noticed that the more they traveled, the greener the pastures became. And eventually, they had arrived on a neatly stone-paved wide road. Water fountains, cherry blossoms, and other types of trees were on both sides. The wind between those trees created a sweet, fresh, and pleasuring aroma. It soothed the mood. But call it a habit or simply the fear of being too weak, Sylvester always woke up with a jolt and heart anxiously pounding. He quickly looked up and saw Xavier blankly peering out of the window. He calmed himself and took long breaths. Then, feeling discomfort, he tried to move and stirred his arms and legs. This irritation had been present ever since he was born. He just couldn't get used to this baby body. This made him wonder how much of it was true, and how much was bullshit about fictitious characters taking things so lightly and destroying kingdoms at the age of 5. For him, this all felt like a dream, like a story. Yet this was reality itself. He couldn't help but be uncomfortable with his physical limitations in this small body. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. Where are we now? This place looks so nice. But wait, where are the soldiers escorting us? Ooh. He started making the unga-bunga noises to get everyone's attention, hoping someone would say something. Xavier quickly tried to pop the nipple into his mouth, but he was not hungry and rejected the offer. Oh yeah. The Inquisitor High Lord glanced at him as if waking up from a meditation. His presence was like air while meditating, but it turned into that of an apex predator as soon as he opened his eyes. However, this predator spoke in great reverence. Just a little more, dear gods favored. We have arrived at our destination, in my beloved Holy Land. What does he mean by that? Is the church a kingdom? Is it like ancient Rome? Sylvester wondered. The Inquisitor High Lord continued, Sir Edric Dalorum, leave this instant and bring gold and silk for him. I won't allow him to appear as a lowborn. Honestly, Sylvester loved that he was earning this special treatment just because of the pretentious title and the magic he showed. He was special in this world and would like to keep this going for as long as possible. Soon, the carriage entered a tunnel with an uphill road. The smooth walls inside it were covered with a cement-like mixture. The tunnel was dimly illuminated with crystals on the ceiling, which looked like glowing light bulbs. The carriage cut through the tunnel at great speed, sending a gush of soothing breeze in the cabin. The sunlight blinded their eyes for a second as soon as the carriage drove out of the tunnel. The difference between the surroundings before they entered the cave and now was like day and night. The roads became even wider, and there was a beautifully engraved golden lamp post at each interval. There were trees of fruits, flowers, and various odors at equal intervals. Every single thing around there felt planned. Sylvester looked from a distance. His jaw dropped from the shock was witnessing the sight in front of him. He had not seen such majestic structures even in his past life. There were castles made of white marble, one bigger than the other. All had various pointy peaks made of gold that shone in the sunlight. As they came closer, he realized that the various castles were not on the same ground. Instead, his location was a constellation of multiple peninsulas beside the sea. Each peninsula had castles and structures ranging from cities to simple greenery. They crossed into the first border walls in no time and entered the clean, well-planned city on one castle's base. There were a significant number of people of all genders, but their clothes could be called uniforms as most of them were similar. The guards had shining silver armor with swords, hammers, or lances. The rest of the people wore white, light gray, or brown gowns. Some of them had some short, shoulder-length capes around their necks and a golden plate on their chest, tying the red cape. Everything was unique to Sylvester, and he could not understand what these different things meant. Just then, the carriage stopped at last before the stairs leading to a massive castle. The Inquisitor High Lord stepped out first and immediately fell to his knees while facing the structure. He then crossed his arms over his chest and prayed silently for 5 minutes. After that, he looked at the carriage and voiced in an authoritarian tone, "Bring forth the gods favored. Let his feet touch this benevolent land and bask in the holy light. Only then will he understand the grace of Soli's first hand." Xavier knew better not to defy him after having received the warning, so, with Sylvester in her arms, she stepped out and knelt. She then helped Sylvester stand up. Sylvester understood he needed to keep the game going to keep receiving the benefits, so he closed his eyes and made up a few rhyming sentences. Then, in his squeaky robotic voice, he made them believe these words were coming from God Solis himself. "O the land touched by the light of God, I fulfilled my levy as your bard. I have returned to your embrace, and so I await your grace. What is happening? This feeling behind my head, this tingling sensation." As soon as he finished, Sylvester could not keep his eyes closed. He looked down at the clean, polished marble floor. He could see his reflection in it. One look was enough to make him realize what was above his head. A halo? Ah, no wonder they mistook me as a bard. He realized after seeing the glowing golden circle behind his skull. It lasted as long as he sang the hymn and then abruptly vanished. Sylvester thought everything up until now was just coincidences, but it seemed his magic backed these coincidences. His mind got flooded with questions. How do I harness this power? How strong can I get? Are those smells related to magic as well? How high is adept rank? Thud. He had 1,000 questions, but his thoughts were interrupted by the giant of a man falling to his knees again, this time facing the young child as the latter's hands shivered in excitement. Chapter 11, Bonus Chapter 11, Magna Sanctum. For a child merely 3 months old, to utter such complex words in rhymes was something that no one could shrug off. Additionally, Sylvester's hymns and magical strength had the Lord Inquisitor sold on the idea that he was the true God's favored. Thud, the Inquisitor High Lord prostrated in front of him with his helmet touching Sylvester's feet. His voice still echoed throughout the open air and appeared to have a slight tint of shaking. "Be blessed, child, such wondrous miracles you grace us with. My heart squirms in warmth to see you speak the Lord's words. Yes, my visions didn't lie. I must present you to the Holy Father. You shall be the gift to his 200th birth anniversary." He stood up and took Sylvester into his arms. "Sir Dalaram, show Mother Xavier the course to the Great Mother's office." "Understood, Lord Inquisitor." Xavier glanced at Sylvester, troubled by what had occurred just now. He had once again sung the hymn with the halo on his back right in her arms. She, too, felt the warmth radiating from him. But to her, him being a God's favored was impossible. How can he be the favored one when his blood is tainted? However, she knew one thing. He was entirely safe for now. As long as they believed Sylvester was exceptional, the church would go far and beyond to protect him. So she bowed and followed the holy knight, not before giving one last loving glance at her son. The big fanatic didn't waste a moment and started ascending the castle's stairs. Along the way, each guarding knight on both sides knelt and thumped their spears in the moment his feet approached their line of sight. The more he climbed, the faster he became, ignoring that he had a cane in one hand. When he reached the top, loud murmurs and bows from people dressed in fine silk and gold ornaments greeted him. These seemed different from the church's people, but the man ignored them and proceeded to the giant bronze metal door. The guards who stood in front of it, trying to control the crowd, knelt immediately and opened the door. By now, Sylvester had proof that he was in the arms of an influential man, and this same man revered him for his bullshit. He was slowly coming to understand what a golden spoon he had created for himself. Next is AH, third guardian of light, Crimson Fire has arrived. The announcer at the door clamored at his entrance. On the other side of the door was a magnificent giant hall that seemed like a throne room. Constructed from black and white marble, it was decorated with golden engravings with carvings here and there. A large window at the end of the hall gave a beautiful backdrop to the throne on the platform. Everything there was illuminated by the sunlight coming from windows strategically placed. Though the beauty diminished to some degree when the large crowd gathered on the side aisles and proceeded with their loud murmurs. For Sylvester, it was like he was in a surreal period drama. The Inquisitor High Lord paid no heed to those around him and walked towards the man sitting on the throne. The High Lord's eyes under the mask shone in red light as if he was in excitement. With a thud, he knelt just after climbing the first set of stairs and zealously announced, presenting Sylvester to the front. "Holy Father, I present to you, the gods favored." "What? The favored one? Is he the real one?" The murmurs became apparent and loud the moment he announced, but they slowly died when the man on the throne stood up and walked down the stairs. Standing more than 6 feet tall, he was an old man, yet power still flowed through his veins and allowed him to stand as the supreme pontiff, the rumored strongest being in the entire world. Jewels, tomes, and written poems, Japanese letter the kings and princes present here gifted me things that I have no use for, but you brought not just a gift, but a direct blessing from the Lord. The Pope stopped before the kneeling man and took Sylvester into his arms. For the first time, Sylvester saw the Pope clearly. The latter looked like an average old man, but the aura around him was majestic and holy. He had a short but full white beard on his face and eyes that were bluer than the sea. The radiating aura from this old man made Sylvester feel calm and trusting of this man, despite his mind telling him not to. He also wore a mitre one on his head, but this one seemed to be made of silver, steel, and gold. For the Pope, it was a similar experience. He was mesmerized by Sylvester's eyes. "Golden, your hair and eyes resemble the color of Solis. It seems you were born to be blessed, my child." "Your Holiness," he also sings the sermon of God as the bard of the Lord. It's magical to hear and see from one's eyes. "God's favored, please sing it again and let everyone be the witness." The Pope shook his head and spoke in a soft, hoarse, fatherly voice. "I believe you, Crimson Fire, but the word of the Lord is not something we mortals can force out. When the Lord wishes, the child shall sing. Let us not hinder the ceremony any more. I shall let the child play on my lap." The Pope walked back to his throne and sat down gracefully. He made sure to let Sylvester witness the ongoing event as he held him by the tummy with one hand. Every now and then, he would converse with Sylvester and try to teach him things. Announcing, "The King of Riveria is here." Sylvester stared ahead as a thin old man in green, gold-embroidered silk robes entered. On his head, he had a circular golden crown, which looked like tangled bushes. As soon as this man reached the end of the stairs, he knelt with great effort. Age must not have been kind to him since the pain was visible on his face. He then put the crown on the first stair. I pay respect to the Holy Father. As always, I pledge a donation of grains." The Pope simply nodded and raised his palm for a second. Then, a ray of white light suddenly appeared and shrouded the old king's body. It slowly spread all over him and then vanished silently. "This should relieve your pain, my child." "Thank you, Holy Father." Once the king was gone, the following announcement came. Kings, wealthy merchants and envoys from far away had come to wish the Pope his 200th birthday. The King of Highland has arrived. The Queen of Sorrow Kingdom has arrived. The Grand Duke of the Patch is here. Envoy from the Masan Empire has come to pay respect. The Prince of Gracia Kingdom enters. Princes and princesses from the Sand Continent are here. Net, net, net. An hour had passed, and Sylvester's eyelids began to flicker from exhaustion. However, his heart was beating faster than ever. He was on the lap of the man for whom the kings and queens of the world would kneel in fear and try to please him with gifts of unimaginable proportions. Gold, jewels, and artifacts were as common as air in the room. He realized that he was not safe at all. On the contrary, he was in the most dangerous situation a child could ever be in. In anxiety, he looked up at the face of the old man, wondering how powerful the latter was. "I've brought myself not just into a den of wolves, but I'm sitting on the laps of their king." The old Pope felt the gaze and looked down at Sylvester. At first his gaze was solemn, but then a big grandfatherly smile erupted on his face, revealing his white teeth. He caressed Sylvester's hair and tucked him in fine silk cloth so the latter could sleep. He spoke softly so that no one else could hear him. "Sleep, little one. Your time to get bored like me right now has not come yet. These pretentious, unfaithful fools and their schemes to please me. They think I see nothing, but I see it all. Biwahaha fools, right. Awa, you want to play with Grandpa's beard. But it's too short. Maybe I should grow it more." He was fawning over Sylvester. Heck, Sylvester felt that the old man might have kissed his forehead if not for the crowd around. And this confused him even more. Is he the bad guy or the good guy? Chapter 12:12:12 Adopted. Jajon P. Promise must live I love you for Ivar. Aya, Sylvester's eyes abruptly flared wide, and their golden pupil dilated. His body rose from the bed and tried to sit up as sweat trickled down his forehead. The nightmares of the days better forgotten had not left his side yet, and they often ended with feeling like he was falling into an endless abyss. "What happened, sweetie?" "Saw a nightmare." Xavia noticed the sweat-covered temple. Taking a piece of silk cloth, she wiped it and gave him a peck on his cheek. "You're different, too different, but I have decided to let those irrational thoughts rest away. You are my son and nothing will change that. Am I right, my handsome little prince?" She started playing with him, raising him above her head by extending her arms. Sylvester had just woken up and didn't even know if it was day or night, but he entertained her. The woman deserved some level of happiness. However, he wondered why the nightmares were coming. If he went by science, he reckoned that a newborn's brain develops the most by the time he turns 5. So maybe his memories were reaffirming themselves in this body. Or if it was something magical, he had no idea. He looked at his excited mother. She was wearing bright gold religious robes and a wimple right now, and to her sides she had also fastened a dagger and a small book. After playing with her son, Xavia put him into a cradle. "I'm sorry, Max, I must go and study with other trainee bright mothers. You play here. I will return soon to feed you again." Sylvester sat in the confines of his prison-like cradle while eyeing her leave. He then glanced around. This cradle was at least twice as tall as him. However, he knew he could climb up. Call it an occupational hazard from his previous life or general paranoia after being through the hellish last few days. He couldn't rest unless he knew his surroundings, that everything was safe. As a child, I can roam around anywhere I want to, and no one will get angry or harm me. So I must make the best out of this situation. Using his noodle legs, he tried to climb the cradle's bars, but because his grip was not firm, he'd slide down every time. There were many cushions around him that he could use. So, he used all his little might and stacked the pillows one over another until his height aligned with that of the cradle bar. Next, he threw a pillow out and began to climb the last stretch. Ooh. He tried to use all his core strength, but that made his weak little tummy pop out some morning breeze through his butt, a sign of good health. But a mere breeze didn't stop Sylvester, no matter how foul the stench was. Even if he felt like vomiting but controlled himself, that would make him lose strength. Just a little more. He could see the other side as his head slowly popped out. Sylvester quickly tilted his body forward and threw himself out of the cradle. Thud, he fell on the soft pillow he had thrown out earlier to secure his landing. Now the next phase was to crawl to the door and open it. However, when he looked at the surroundings, he felt dizzy. My God, everything looked so huge as a baby. The chairs looked like towers. The cradle from where he fell was now unreachable. The ceiling of the room was like the sky to him. He hated his little blob body. Still focusing on his target, he crawled to the door. Despite the world being so backwards, the door handle looked modern and needed to be pulled down. He worked hard and pulled the bedsheets from Xavia's bed. Then, making a noose, he threw it on the door handle. With a simple pull with his body weight, the door clicked open. Sylvester carefully poked his head out, just enough to observe the other side. Being caught this early was useless after all. Thankfully, the building was reserved for the housing of bright mothers. Thus, most people in the building had gone to work or study. Since he did not know the layout, he randomly picked a direction and crawled forward in the hallway. He made sure to stick to the rightmost side to hide behind the corridor pillars in an emergency. The corridor was at the side of the building, so he could see the open space and the height at which he was. He appeared to be on the 3rd or 4th floor. After crawling for a while, he faced his first challenge, climbing down the stairs. This simple task was difficult for his body, but Sylvester could do it. He made sure not to stumble and come down falling. His curious heart was interested in the outside world. The moment he arrived at the bottom floor, he saw a big white cat sleeping near the exit of the building. Great! With my size, even this thing can kill me. With baby steps, he silently crawled away. Sylvester breathed so low that if Xavia were here, she would think he was dead. Slowly, yes, just a little more. At last, he crossed the final boundary and arrived outside the building. The sun shone on his baby skin and made him feel warm. In fact, he felt like he gained energy just by being under the sunlight. Now it's time to explore. Sylvester crawled towards the building next door beyond the garden to see what went on there. The architecture appeared to be a mix of different types from Earth, but all seemed to be in synergy. However, the weirdest thing was that each building had extensive open terraces and seemed to be full of people. Some sat there to rest, while others were either eating or studying. And this somehow made the grounds look quite desolate. Good for me, he thought. This meant he could go far before being caught. Soon, he arrived at the nearest building and sneakily entered the next hallway. He knew that the campus was huge, and he couldn't explore it all with his little body, but what he wanted was to study and know the place more. As Sylvester crawled into the corridors of the building, he heard loud rhythmic voices from the rooms on both sides. Classes were ongoing, so he silently tried to listen and understand the words echoing in the hallway. We, the bright mothers, are not warriors, but we shall fight when needed. We are the healers, but we shall hurt when we must. The Book of Saint Mother Grace, one of the 5 heroes of the Great War, rests on the right side of our waist. At the same time, the dagger remains on the left. We preach the teachings of the 78 popes who have guided us in the past 5,000 years. We point the way to the embrace of Solis, and that is our sacred duty. As the bright mothers in training, you shall be taught history, the blessings and work. and the training will last 5 years. Any questions? One woman lifted her hand suddenly. Mother Martha, can I sometimes bring my son with me? Ah, the mother of the gods favored. Yes, you can bring him. I wish not to be punished for allowing any detriment to his mind or body, the senior bright mother replied respectfully. Sylvester smiled outside as he heard Xavia's voice. She thinks so much about me. But his mind also had 100 questions. What's this thing about 5,000 years and only 78 popes? Are humans so long-lived in this world? And this great war again? There was so much to be answered, but he made a smart decision and quickly moved away from there. As long as Xavia brought him to her classes every day, he would automatically learn everything. Putting his life at risk any more was not worth it. So he returned the same way while enjoying the sun. Scrutinizing the sky the whole time, he realized the sun seemed much bigger in this world. Yet, the heat was not unpleasant. Just then, he realized something he had heard during that camp incident. Xavia said wizards are the weakest at night. Does that mean daylight has something to do with our powers? Is this why I feel like eating that juicy sun? So many things do not make sense. It's hard to adjust to this new world so quickly. Not to mention, everyone and everything feels like a threat, especially in this body. Sighing, he continued on his way. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance and there it was. The cat still slept there merrily, looking relaxed. Sylvester saw its face for the first time and felt like petting it. But he was scared since the fluffy cat seemed to be an adult and appeared bigger than him. It was undoubtedly cute, but deadly. Easy, can't let it wake up. Carefully, he started to climb the stairs one at a time. They were no less than hills for him and took all his strength. He aimed to climb non-stop until he was at least 1 floor up. Only then would he feel safe. 1, 2, 10, 20. I hate my body. I hate these weak noodle legs. Sylvester cursed as he reached the last stair of the floor. He was sweating with sore legs and arms and might have fouled his diapers too. He breathed wildly. And I can't die at the hands of a cat. I can't let such shame spoil my name. Ay. Thud, like a dead body, Sylvester dropped face first as soon as he reached the first floor. He felt tired, and his mind was on the verge of breaking. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss Xavia. Pat. Sylvester felt someone tapping on his foul, diaper-clad ass. Delighted that the help had arrived, he turned back to hug whichever woman it was, while also not forgetting to make baby noises. Aya, ooh, yeah. Fuck. There was no pretty bright mother waiting to help him. Instead, it was the damn cat from downstairs, now standing face to face with him. Its blue eyes appeared to be full of curiosity, and its nose sniffed him intently. Sylvester instinctively cursed and tried to move back. But unfortunately, he was only half as tall as the cat, who was currently sitting on its hind legs with the help of the tail. It constantly tilted its head left and right as confused puppies do. Then it started to move towards him. The more he moved back, the closer the cat got. How did I use my powers that night? Maybe I can pulverize this cat too. Yes, the hymns, I should sing it. He brainstormed quickly. Oh, hear me, the Lord of Light. I need your help in this fig. Meow. The cat leapt into the air abruptly. Sylvester even forgot to sing and covered his face with his arms, expecting sharp claw slashes. Pat, yet he felt no pain. Instead, there was a gentle, soft pat. The cat moved closer, licked his hair, and then used its forelegs to hug his neck. Shocked, Sylvester uncovered his face and glanced at the hugging cat. It looked excited, without a hint of malice he expected. Pat. The cat, this time, tapped on Sylvester's forehead softly with its paws and did something that shocked his 21st century brain. Little human kitten, mine now. Chapter 13, A Fluffy Blessing. It spoke. Sylvester was shocked as the cat talked warmly in a young male's voice. At the same time, he smelled a tingling sweet aroma of boiling caramel. "Little human kitten, fear me not. I shall feed you and care for you like my own." The cat proceeded with another warm, fluffy hug. His little sniffs tickled Sylvester around the neck. "How can you speak?" Sylvester asked it directly since nobody else was around. The cat backed away and sat down. "Me, what about you? How can you speak, little one? I remember seeing a human kitten 7 centuries ago. It bit my tail and was so dumb. Although it's a friendly cat, I don't know if it belongs to someone. What if it tells its owner? Wait. 700 years ago, how old are you?" The cat quickly chirped. "Very old, 1,000, how much is that? No more, I don't remember." "Where do you live and who feeds you?" He indirectly asked to learn about its owner, not taking its age talk seriously. The furry cat stood on its hind legs and thumped its chest with its paw. "I catch the food myself, and right here I sleep at the entrance. My caretaker said I should wait when she went to the healer. She feeds me tasty fish. She's the best." "Oh, it's going to tell its master." Sylvester was troubled. He looked around himself to see what options he had. Should I kill it? He glanced at the cat's face. It appeared as if it was smiling, and its eyes showed excitement. Some guilt flickered in Sylvester's mind, but he knew what he must do. "So, when will your caretaker return?" It purred all of a sudden and sorrowfully looked down. "She hasn't returned, but I wait here every day. I know she will eventually come back." "Days? How long has she been gone?" 500 years. The white cat replied confidently this time, as if proud of being able to keep track of such a long time. Sylvester had no idea if this cat was being serious or was just misinterpreting the time, but this story reminded him of a dog from his past world. "Is your name Hachiko?" It confusedly tilted its head. "No, she calls me Chonky." Sylvester took a long sigh and relaxed his mind. Since he did not trust the cat's words and was worried about it revealing his secret, he could only think of one way. He crawled closer to it and put an arm around its back. "Chonky, come with me. I will get you tasty fish." He decided to keep the cat close by. Since it was amicable, the chances of making this cat loyal to himself were high. He reckoned, "I've done it with humans. How hard would it be to manipulate a cat mentally?" "Really?" Chonky rejoiced and hugged him again. He certainly was a strange, clingy cat. "Yes, just follow me. But remember, you cannot speak or expect me to speak when anyone else is around. Okay?" "Meow," Chonky diligently nodded, sounding like a normal cat for the first time. After so long, Sylvester had a moment of heartfelt laughter. The cat who was adopting him ended up getting adopted by him. "You're too gullible, Chonky, but remind me to give you a new name later." "Chonky not good." "Well, it's cute, but you're not fat at all. Chonky means plump and round." Chonky stopped moving with him and stood on his hind legs to look at his belly. It was flat as always. Even his face was well-toned. Then he sat down and looked at his back. "Chonky only fluffy, not fat, but I like this name." Sylvester crawled close to it and patted Chonky's head. "We can keep that as a nickname, but your real name should seem strong and mighty." Chonky's eyes shone as he nodded fervently. "Yes, yes, I am mighty. Come, sit on my back, I take you everywhere." Indeed, he's too gullible, Sylvester thought, and obliged by climbing onto Chonky's back. He was self-aware that as a baby, he was a fat ass, so he was surprised that Chonky could move around swiftly despite so much weight on his back. He felt it was a psychological win as well because, by giving Chonky a new name, he would be creating a permanent bond in the cat's head, hence leaving fewer chances of betrayal. On top of that, I've got myself a nice soft ride. Zavia returned home in a hurry that afternoon to feed Sylvester. It was her own lunch break, but she decided not to waste time eating first. Ah, Max, what happened? Are you hurt? Her heart exploded in panic when she saw Sylvester's body lying outside near the cradle. He was sleeping on his stomach, so it was hard to know if he was breathing. She rushed fast and picked him up. Max. Sylvester opened his eyes slowly while rubbing them. He looked left and right and remembered he was dead, and this was life too for him. Hello. He quickly got into his professional role and tapped on Xavia's nose, appearing cute. Xavia sent magic into his body and checked it. Sensing he was fine, she looked at the floor and found a cushion. Then she noticed the utensils and food boxes littered on the kitchen floor. It didn't take her much time to understand what must have happened. Oh, you, always scaring your mama. Come now, you must be hungry. Indeed, my excursion cost me a lot of energ. Wait. He remembered Chonky, the furry boy, and looked down. The cat was still there, sleeping like a log. But for some reason, he didn't see any reaction from Xavia. He needed to know if she was going to allow him to stay. Mama Woo, he pointed at the floor. Xavia looked and knelt a little to pick something up. You want the toy? The kitty, he voiced one word. To keep the persona of a child, he had limited himself to only 5 words for now. Oh, we don't have a cat toy, sweetie. I will make you a stuffed one later, okay? She said and plopped the nipple into his mouth. He too was hungry and closed his eyes, but in his mind he wondered. Why did she not see Chonky? He's a big cat. What's going on? Half an hour later, Xavia put him back into the cradle and tucked him under the blanket. She kissed his forehead and left for her classes once again. She knew she could not stop him from getting out, so she placed various pillows around the cradle. But as soon as she left, Sylvester threw his small, squishy teddy at the white cat. Hey, wake up, Chonky. Fish, fish, fish. The cat woke up with a jolt of excitement. No, there are no fish. Come up here, I have some questions for you. Chonky quickly jumped into the cradle and sat down like a gentleman. He also sniffed Sylvester. Milk. Yes, my mother was here. Tell me why she couldn't see you. You were right there. The cat started to groom himself by licking and replied, Nobody can see Chonky. Huh, what do you mean nobody can see you? Elaborate. I don't know why you see me. You're the first since my last caretaker, so I took you in. But I'll be good and wait for her at the entrance. Can't people touch you? He asked further. Chonky quickly responded, They can. Once that bad lady stepped on my tail and hurt me. I got angry and scratched her back. She screamed ghost and ran away. But I'm no ghost, I'm Chonky. Stupid lady. It dawned on Sylvester then that whatever Chonky had told him before might be true. His last caretaker left him 500 years ago, and he was more than 1,000 years old. His innocence betrayed his age, but it was understandable if he lived most of his life without being in touch with anyone else. He felt bad for the cat because it may have waited 500 years in isolation for his caretaker, who was probably dead somewhere and didn't know. But then a new question occurred. Chonky was certainly not a cat, then what the hell was he, a magical creature? What are you? Sylvester asked. Chonky stopped licking and puffed out his chest. I'm a mighty cat, Chonky. Oh, look, I can also do this. The furred fellow opened his jaws wide and sucked the air. A dark and endless depth seemed to appear in his mouth, increasing the suction. Whoosh! Sylvester's pillows got sucked away and effortlessly vanished into Chonky's little mouth. See, hee, I can eat anything. I once ate a horse carriage too, he proudly proclaimed. It was a day of mad revelations for Sylvester. From an invisible talking cat to this, the time taken was too little for his human brain to bear. He felt like he was dreaming while on drugs. His jaw dangled in shock as he quickly crawled to Chonky and used his hands to open the jaws. Where did it go? How did you do that? Chonky patted his hands away and moved back a little. It's simple. I just need to vomit it out now. Is he seriously going to vomit? At last, the pillows returned to the cradle. They looked a bit crumpled but were in perfect condition. However, Chunky did not stop and proceeded to vomit some sort of sticky liquid. When he was done, he licked his whiskers clean and sat proudly. See, it's so simple. Can you store anything in there? Let's say a sword or potions. Sylvester asked as he realized the living gift that was sitting in front of his eyes. A walking, invisible closet. It could be such a boon in this world, he thought. Chunky nodded. Yes, I can keep everything. My caretaker also used me all the time, so you can use me too. He licked his mouth and looked towards the kitchen. For a fish. Sylvester cheered in his mind. That's dirt cheap. Just a fish. Even a mountain of fish is nothing for this. This is amazing. Whichever God I prayed to for this life, I thank you for this gift. Chunky may just be the one to help me in this plight and assist in all my upcoming fights. Seeing Chunky as a gold mine, Sylvester pulled him closer and made this cat sleep beside him. He couldn't believe he was thinking of killing him not long ago. Also, for some reason, Chunky now seemed cuter than before. Come here, be my pillow, he invited. Ah, one more thing, I have thought of a name for you. Really? Chunky's eyes gleamed as he laid down beside Sylvester. The name came to Sylvester's mind as he watched him perform the portable closet magic. He felt the name befit the fluffy boy. You are not an ordinary cat, Chunky. You appear cute and harmless, but then you don't appear to others at all. You can perform feats that defeat nature's laws. You are like an illusion. So I name you after a word for that. Chunky, you'll be called Murridge from now on. Chunky stopped all motions for a few seconds as if he was processing it, and soon he started to purr and meow a few times. Murridge, I love it. Chapter 14, Magic. Months passed, and life became much easier with a sentient cat, especially because Sylvester didn't have to worry about things kept at a height, whether food or books. Murridge was remarkably gullible and so easy to please. He turned from a stranger to Sylvester's first cultist within a few months, but it could have been Murridge's isolation. He probably wished to be by Sylvester's side, as only the latter could see and communicate with him. Meanwhile, Sylvester would increase the number of words he would speak each month. However, he didn't go for perfection, rather tried to mess up the grammar now and then to still sound like a baby. Still, his growth could not be anything baby-like while his legs turned from noodles to French fries. They were still weak, but now he could walk. Let's study today, Chunky. Sylvester opened a random book from the case and tried to read it. It was titled, History with Pope. Although he had been going with Xavia to her classes on most days, he felt they didn't offer him anything substantial. In the first few days, they talked about geography, but on all other days, it was just religious talks and the duties of a bright mother. He wished to learn about magic, but that was not even in the curriculum of the bright mothers. Thankfully, Xavia knew healing magic, so she was given once-a-week classes for them which he would go on to. But even then, it was restricted to healing magic, something useless for him as he didn't even know how to start. Whoa, fish! Murridge pointed his paw at the diagram in the book. Both were lying on their bellies side by side and reading the book. No, Chunky, that's the face of the 10th Pope, Varus de Silencia, the Cursed. He survived 200 poison-related assassination attempts in his life. That's why his face got deformed and, yes, he does look like a fish. Show me more. Show me fish. Murridge wagged his tail and tapped his paw excitedly. Living in boredom for 500 years turned every little moment into a roller coaster ride for the fluffy boy. Sylvester turned the page with a chuckle. I sometimes forget he's a cat. This tall Scarface is Pope Atrox, the Mad. He purged the church from centuries of infighting and power struggles. But he made the church less tolerant and more militaristic, thrusting the world into the dark, sick fetish of public burnings. Public burning, like my caretaker made me fish. Sylvester shut the book. What's with your fish fetish? You have repeated that word a dozen times in a few minutes. Muraj lowered his head and showed cute sad eyes. I miss it. You said you would feed me fish. Yes, and you said you're going to adopt me, yet here you are leeching off of me. But don't worry, I will get you fish when I grow some more. Now let's go out and meet the Pope. He should be making rounds at this time. Yes, the Pope. In the last few months, Sylvester had all the time to ponder his next strategy to ensure his survival. He aimed to live a peaceful life, but for that, he also needed power. However, now he was God's favored, and it was akin to chocolate, so sweet that some people would rather destroy it if they couldn't have it. He had already felt the strange emotions in Queen Gracia. There was no doubt that worse people would be out there. To ensure he doesn't end up 6 feet under before he even has the ability to fight back, he needs to get on the right side of influential people. Since he was in the church, why not target the Pope himself? So with his extra chattery cat, he crawled out of the room. His legs were still not strong, so crawling was much more convenient. Unfortunately, he could not ride Muraj either since the latter was invisible to others. He had already displayed enough miracles. The last thing he wanted was to overdo it. He knew that the Pope inspected the Bright Mother's Academy every month on the last day of third week. So ever since he came across this information, he would stumble across the former. Looking cute and dumb, he crawled out of the building and into the Bright Mother's Academy. He sent Muraj to scout the Pope so he could strategically present himself in front of the latter. Okay, now I'll sit in the middle of the corridor and wait. It took a few minutes for Muraj to return, running and screaming that the Pope was here. They had done this many times, and now Muraj was becoming a professional scout. Both of them patiently waited until the Pope was in the direct line of sight, and then Muraj used his soft paws to push Sylvester back so he'd fall cutely. "Aya," Sylvester cried in a heart-melting low voice. "Oh, it's our little bard. Did you run away from your room again?" The Pope fast-walked to pick Sylvester into his arms and patted him clean. He also had a dozen standard church-robed, high-ranking administrators behind him. Sylvester took a small candy from his little shirt pocket and pushed it towards the Pope's mouth. "Candy." The Pope took it laughingly. "You saved another one for me. Good boy, already showing charitable tendencies. I have great expectations, little one, but we can't have you running around all the time." He looked at his associates and asked, "Was no aid assigned to God's favored?" The one in the lead quickly answered, "Lord Inquisitor assigned Sir Adric Dalorum, Your Holiness." "Why is he not watching over the child?" The man didn't have an answer and looked at the others, who scrambled to prepare a response and discussed it with each other. Soon, they had the reason. It seems he was reassigned to the southern region for inspecting the procession of King of Riveria during their departure from here. We will look int. They shut their crying mouths when the Pope gestured with his hand. He turned to his men and looked them in the eyes. Sylvester noticed the Pope's expression from up close. This did not feel like the man who was doting on him a minute ago. No, this was the true face of the Pope. And like all other church members, he, too, had a secret violent side. Amidst the burning, pungent taste in Sylvester's mouth that distracted him, the Pope ordered, "Look me in the eyes. Can any of you tell me since when did the King of Riveria become the Pope? Since when did Inquisitors start getting reassigned? Did Inquisitor High Lord approve the transfer?" "And no, Your Holiness," they stutteringly replied in unison. Corruption in Magna Sanctum. Failed has their years of education. Whoever dares to be corrupt deserves no salvation. 1, a dozen, 1,000, or 1,000,000, I will tolerate none. Give them death. This peace we have is not eternal. One day, those from across the blood sea will strike again. When that happens, the church shall be mighty as the dragons. We shall move as I planned this time and claim the heathen land. May the holy light enlighten us, the administrators chanted, their bodies drenched in sweat. However, just like that, the mood of the Pope shifted and he started making funny faces at Sylvester. "Ha, our little bard will grow and become a mighty general. Butcher those with tainted blood. Aren't I right? Boo-boo-boo." "Ah-ha-ha, gaga." Sylvester laughed as the Pope started to tickle him. However, the bloodlust and fanaticism didn't surprise him, but mentally he wondered, first that inquisitor and now this Pope. Why is everyone so bipolar in this church? "Let's go, I shall hand you to your mother." What? The next day. "Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted, finally." There was no limit to Sylvester's delight as he saw a familiar armored knight walk into the Bright Mother's housing complex and stand guard in front of Sylvester's room. He remembered this man for a few reasons. First, the combination of black skin and striking blue eyes was rare in his past. Second, the man's existence showed that the church didn't care about skin color. Third, the church itself was a confusing entity for Sylvester at this point, because sometimes it appeared to be the vilest organization and periodically a just and equal one. Despite all this, Sylvester wanted to stay here, for it was the overlord of society. And all this time, he wished to learn magic and grow strong, but could not because Xavier knew only healing. He recalled how he could kill the creature that night so quickly, but it was a survival instinct that had kicked in at that time, and now he wished to learn how to accomplish what he performed that night. Although he had no idea how high the adept rank was, he knew that Sir Adric Dalarum was a knight of the silver rank and a wizard of the adept rank. So, for an adult man to be his guard and have the same rank could only mean that his own magic talent was high. He finally had something to do other than hear Muraj bantering about how to enjoy a nice, juicy fish in various ways. So today, after Xavier left, Sir Dalarum entered the house to babysit him. From there, Sylvester started his strategy of mental manipulation. Bam! Yet again, he jumped out of the cradle. Sir Dalarum caught him before the touchdown. This was his 69th suicide jump today, and he had thoroughly annoyed his caretaker. "Master Maximilian, please don't harm yourself." Magic?" Sylvester gave him the puppy-eye look and chirped. He was hopping to break this man's stoic character and make him emotionally attached to himself, enslaving him into the trap. "Fair enough if it pleases you." He seated and raised his palm in the hope that Sylvester would fall asleep soon. How wrong he was. Seeing Sir Dalarum creating a small fireball in his palm, Sylvester's jaw fell open. He was careful to assess how Dalarum was doing it. There was no chant or hand movement. It just appeared on his hand out of nowhere. How did he do it? Sylvester wondered. "Magic," he chirped again. Sir Dalarum then raised his palm towards Sylvester's face and warned, "Please don't be scared." Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft, cold breeze whipped Sylvester's face and blew back his short golden blonde hair. He instinctively closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle breeze. Wah 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 wah. Muraj tried to eat the breeze beside him. It stopped a minute later, but Sylvester's excitement to learn the magic increased 100-fold. He had already started to create some hypotheses in mind about the nature of the magic, and just one word was enough to explain it. Elemental manipulation. What else can he do? This is most likely not the limit of his abilities. How do I make him teach me? What if? He once again made cute puppy eyes and chirped, "Tekka, Tekka." "Tekka?" Sir Dalarum confusedly muttered. After repeating it a few times in their head, he realized what it was. "Teacher, Master Maximilian, I am far too lowly to be your teacher." "Fine, you want to do this the hard way." Sylvester made an effort to get up to his feet. Muraj silently helped too. Then he stumped forward and hugged Sir Dalarum, plastering his face on the man's chest plate. "Tekka, magic." Sylvester looked up and glanced at the man's eyes. They were often the best means to discern someone's thoughts and make a profile about their character. What he saw was genuine warmth and elation, as the man's pupil dilated slightly, and his heart raced. Sir Dalaran did not seem like the Inquisitor High Lord or the Pope. Again, he reckoned that Sir Dalaran was so low-ranked that he didn't have any reason to be evil. Like in most religious places, most grassroots members believe in their religion's message. "Do you wish to learn magic?" he uttered slowly, knowing Sylvester could not understand him. Sylvester repeated after him, "Magic." Now Sir Dalaran was there only to protect Sylvester and watch over him. But he, too, thought about being the teacher of the gods favored. How prestigious would that be? He had seen the miracles done by Sylvester himself, and it was almost a guarantee that one day the latter would become a high-ranking member. To be the teacher of such a person was an honor in his eyes. He sighed and nodded. 9 months ago you were so young, yet you killed that desert cannibal with ease. So I have decided, Master Maximilian, I shall teach you. Sylvester greatly appreciated that despite no one keeping an eye on him, Sir Dalaran remained respectful. It was a sign of a good soldier and person. "I will show you the basic things we learn at the academy. Please raise your hand." Sir Dalaran knew Sylvester did not understand him, but he was still verbally instructed out of habit. Then he would make Sylvester move. "Great, I shall use the wind magic under your hand, so you may feel the solarium particles." Sir Dalaran sent the wind under Sylvester's palm. In response, Sylvester closed his eyes and tried to feel the air. He tried to remember the feeling from the time he blasted that bright, magical beam from his palm. It was mesmerizing and soothing to his mind. It felt like a part of his body that got released. It was similar to his blood or the air he breathed out. He then calmed his mind and recalled the martial arts training he had gone through in his past life. Fighting was all about proper movement and breathing. You breathe out the power and breathe in the build-up. He did not know if magic was similar, but he tried to breathe just like that. One in, one out. From Sir Dalaran's point of view, what Sylvester was doing seemed similar to the knight's training, but it was not too different from the wizard's training. The only difference was that one needed to try and breathe out of their palms. Of course, not air but solarium. He was amazed how such a young child could sit calmly for so long, but he also knew it was a pipe dream to expect results on the first try. Thus Sylvester's actions didn't raise Sir Dalaran's expectations by too much. "It took me a year to even sense the particles and 2 more to learn how to manipulate them. You too shall be Ob." He was left speechless as a tiny spark of bright golden light flickered on Sylvester's chubby palm. It appeared as if a part was trying to turn into a candle. Each spark was brighter and longer than before. Marvelous Sophas, wait. Sir Dalaran pulled his hand back from underneath Sylvester's, yet the sparks kept appearing. He feared that this would be too much for a child, as magic depletion could truly kill a wizard. "Master Maximilian, please wake up." However, the words fell on deaf ears as Sylvester was too charmed by the soothing feeling. He didn't know if his magic was working, he hoped it did. But he kept going, wanting to etch this feeling in his mind. "Master, no. Wake up." Sir Dalaran's pupils contracted in panic when the flickering sparks became a constant orb of warm golden light that kept expanding. This was beyond what any average wizard learned in their first month, and the orb appeared more like a destructive beam than mere light. "Forgive me, I have no other choice." So Sir Dalaran decided to pinch Sylvester to stimulate the latter's other senses. But he was too late. Whoosh! Chapter 15, More Magic. Whoosh! The orb expanded at the speed of light and soaked everything in the room in a blinding flash. It was warm and rejuvenating, as if the grace of Solis itself had brushed upon the lands. Sir Dalaran could not see anything in that light, but worrying for Sylvester's safety, he pushed himself forward. Then, surprisingly, he felt the light pushing him away. It was not too strong, but enough to make him exert himself. Meanwhile, Murrej was simply rolling on the floor, screaming, "My eyes, my eyes." The cat's shrills were very striking to the ear, so Sylvester opened his eyes and looked, but there was nothing but blinding light emitting from his palm. Oh, that's interesting. The light didn't affect him in the slightest, and he tried to analyze what was happening. At first, he attempted to feel what it was that made the light come out of his palm. It's like my skin is breathing. Similar to how I can feel my body sweating, I feel this, albeit much more comfortably. It appears magic is a biological part of a wizard's body. It comes as natural as breathing. But how do I make a fire? Master Maximilian. He was slammed out of his introspection when two arms grabbed him by his waist out of nowhere and lifted him in the air. He shook his head and looked around. Muraj was screeching about eyes, and Sir Dalarum seemed exhausted. Ah, he exclaimed loudly. He realized the magic was hurting them, but there was a problem. How do I stop it? If it's like breathing, I don't know how to stop breathing. Pa, all of a sudden, a nice hard slap hit his face and hurt him. He hit me. Ah, the lights are gone. He understood what happened. The pain diverted his mind entirely from the magic. But a slap, he looked at Sir Dalarum's face. The knight quickly put him down and sat down on his knees. Forgive me for hitting you, God's favored. I shall report the incident and get the appropriate punishment. I think I overdid it. I can't let this get out. I don't need more eyes on me. He contemplated how to stop this man without speaking, and then glanced at Muraj. It seemed the latter was knocked unconscious. If Sir Dalarum divulges this incident to his seniors, they might kill or remove him from serving me. Who knows what kind of man the next one will be? Will he teach me? No, I can't place my bets on the unknown. Wait, I do have a way to get the message across. Sylvester once again closed his eyes and prepared to sing his hymns. He opened his mind to search for the right words and started proceeding with his first words as a bright circular halo appeared behind his head. O mortal, basking in my warmth, the time has come to make an oath. I shall test your loyalty thenceforth. Sylvester peeked at the man from the corner of his eye. He was satisfied to see Sir Dalarum sitting with his arms crossed on his chest. The man believed whatever was happening. Make the vow here, never will your faith waver. I am him, I am you, I am everywhere. I am earth, I am the sky, I am air. My light reaches all, yet there remain heathens. Ruffian, sinners no less than demons. Help condemn the godless to the dark abyss. It's your pathway to eternal bliss. In your mind etch this, for I am Solis. Thud, the loud noise made Sylvester open his eyes. Sir Dalarum was prostrating in front of him, muttering some vows. Apostle of Solis, I, Adric Dalarum, vow to serve you for as long as my heart allows me to feel the warmth of your grace. I vow to protect you with my life, sword, and magic. Jajust, please grant your grace to my wife and infant son. He has a family. This was a first for Sylvester. What the man said instantly took him back to when he was expecting a child with his wife, before all went to hell. Aya, he patted Sir Dalarum's head. The man got back up. His eyes looked tearful. When Sylvester noticed them, he reminded himself that he might look at the religion in this world as rubbish, but to people here, it was their way of life. It was their escape from reality. Sir Dalarum rubbed his eyes and moved to help Sylvester up. Strange, I heard a cat earlier. Ah, time to fake tiredness. Sylvester threw himself back and closed his eyes while repeatedly muttering, magic. The knight could only watch over, precisely what he was ordered to do. He hoped, however, that he would never have to teach the gods favored again, as he felt if the light could do this much damage, how much would fire, air, and water would? It was undoubtedly a haunting thought in his mind. What? Sir Dalarum was utterly wrong. Sylvester not only didn't stop but instead became more pestering. He would shout magic unless Sir Dalarum compromised to teach him. Not just that, he used Mirage to go around and throw things to make it seem like it was happening because he was angry. In the end, the little baby won over the knight, so Sir Dalaran picked him up and headed to the terrace to train him. Soon, the student and the teacher were face to face. Sylvester stood on his feet as Sir Dalaran tried to convey his teachings with actions and words. Master Maximilian, I am only proficient in wind and fire magic. Let's start with the wind. It took me let's get right to it. Sir Dalaran displayed his palm, put some sand on it, and showed how the wind is generated from his hand. Then, he used the sand to make a tiny tornado on his palm. Sylvester carefully looked and noticed that the tornado was not bound to the palm. Instead, it only started to take form a few inches above the skin. So do I have to move those solarium particles in a round motion? This is going to take more mental focus. Slowly, he came to understand that magic here was as much of a mental feat as a physical one. Just having magic and high talent won't help someone to become good if they don't practice. Okay, let's try now. He tried to imitate Sir Dalaran. He raised his palm and tried to feel the same energy coming out of his skin as before. He felt the rush once again as the tiny invisible particles started to come out of the skin pores. However, they started to take the form of the orb of light again. No, I want wind. He tried to rotate that orb of light while controlling its intensity. The more he messed around with the particles, the more proficient he became. But the damn orb didn't disappear, and it annoyed him. You're doing well, Master Maximilian. It seems you have a high affinity with light, and it's overpowering other natures. But by now, Sir Dalaran had started to have some doubts that Sylvester could understand him. Because the child seemed to be following his verbal instructions more rather than his movements. So he decided to test the hypothesis. What I have shown you is called the Whirling Storm Attack. It is a grade A move if done with full intensity. Those of Lord Inquisitor's rank can cast thousands of these tornadoes and ravage cities in a few blinks. You too can do this one day. There was silence from Sylvester as he kept trying to make air on his palm spin. Finally, he mumbled gibberish in frustration. Sylvester was not a fool. He had instantly read the change of tone and manner in Sir Dalaran. Instead of speaking and moving simultaneously, the knight only talked as if speaking to an equal. This guy, he's smarter than I thought. He's testing me. Too bad I'm the master of the art he's trying to test me with. Sylvester decided to go extra with childish theatrics and establish that he was indeed a child. He focused on turning the orb of light into the wind too hard and purposefully hit his own face with the light. Bam! Sylvester fell on his buttock, then laid back and started kicking around his arms and feet. He screamed, "Magic! Magic! Bad magic!" He stopped for a second when he noticed Mirage sitting beside him, calmly licking his paws as if this were usual theatrics. For some reason, Sylvester felt a bit offended by that, but then he continued to kick around. Sir Dalaran tiredly picked him in his arms and headed back to the room. I should have never doubted, what a mess. Darned right, Sylvester kept screeching. Like that, the teacher and student duo went to the terrace daily. Sylvester trained, Sir Dalaran complained, and Mirage was entertained. Weeks passed just for Sylvester to understand how to manipulate the solarium particles enough to create a small tornado on his palm. However, this was just the first step. Sir Dalaran quickly decided to take the next step since Sylvester had control now. Master Maximilian, the next stage uses adding an element into the whirling wind like this. He lifted his palm and showed off a similar tiny wind tornado, but then, out of nowhere, it caught fire. Sylvester was genuinely amazed by the beautiful fire tornado. He imagined the damage it could cause if it had attained its actual size. Wah, Magi! Sir Dalaran cut him off. Yes, magic indeed. This is a grades move. Even I cannot maintain its full size, and I never will be able to. This requires a vast release of celerium from the hands. It's fine if you cannot do it. Not all have an affinity with fire magic. Ahaha, magic, magic. Before the poor knight could finish, Sylvester's palm was facing the sky, and a 10 feet tall, uncontrolled tornado of fire was whirling on it, challenging the heavens. Clank, Sir Dalarum fell in utter disbelief. His metal armor made noise as it touched the concrete floor. How? It took me 7 years to learn. Sylvester was in the zone, celebrating his victory. But that was not enough. He raised his other hand too and tried to make a tornado. Whoosh! A second fire tornado left his palm and joined with the previous one, taking the form of an even bigger fire tornado. The fiery light from the fire shone all around like a beacon on the massive terrace. Ahaha! Big magic. If not for his childish voice, one could have mistaken him to be some villain. But Sylvester was only rejoicing, mainly because he finally had a move to protect himself that he could use in case of danger. Finally, a means of protection. Huzzah! Huzzah! Murrej woke up suddenly and started jumping and kowtowing in a circle around Sylvester like he was doing a ritual. Even Sylvester didn't know what went on in this fish fetishist cat's mind. Meanwhile, Sir Dolores was numb. He imagined that maybe in the future, people would remember him as the teacher of the favored one. The child had exceeded all his expectations even when he had set them very high. He also tried to reason with the anomaly. Of course, the fire couldn't be far behind with your monstrous light affinity. It seems we need to widen the scope of your training. But where is this cat's crying coming from? Sylvester glanced at the dancing cat. Murrej had gone crazy, forgetting he shouldn't speak when people are around. You leave me only one option, Chonky. Bam! He stopped casting magic and tackled the cat with his round, fat buttocks. He made it look like he was resting, but in reality, he shoved his hand in Murrej's mouth and shut him up by sitting on him. Leaning a bit, he whispered in Murrej's furry ears, "Chonky fish is banned." Nyavia. Chapter 16. The Ugly Side. Sylvester had nothing to do but train himself and pass his time with the cat in the coming weeks and months. He also went with Xavia to her classes now and then to see if they were teaching anything new. But other than the healing magic classes, everything else was useless. Even with Sir Dalarum, Sylvester could not learn anything other than fire and wind magic. The knight suggested that he focus more on light magic as he had monstrous talent in it. Sylvester did just that, and he trained every single day. He knew that to grow powerful, he needed to have firm foundations. So he spent most of his time trying to control the flow of celerium in his body. The easiest way was to use the light magic, concentrate it into a small ball, and keep it that way. However, he did not know how destructive light magic was, and reckoned this magic was only usable on dark creatures. Other than magic, he got to read books about geography and history. But for some reason, the world map was incomplete and only showed one continent. He had heard the Pope talking about a peace treaty with the East, so he knew there was more. Talking about the Pope, Sylvester kept his shenanigans going on and met the Pope every single month. His goal was to create a place for himself in the man's mind, so he'd give him candy every single time. Slowly but surely, he became a part of the Pope's life, as he could feel the old man caring about him. Time passed, and Xavia was close to finishing her 5-year training to become a Bright Mother. But before she could complete it, all Bright Mothers were given a mission. They ranged from simple preaching to teaching. Xavia was a medical wizard, so she was given the task to go to a faraway town and heal the ailed. Bright Mothers were supposed to be the mouthpieces of the church, as people usually listened to kind women and respected them. Not only that, the church was highly protective of each Bright Mother, to the point that if someone harmed a Bright Mother in any town or village, the church would send an army and destroy the place. If it's a city, The families of the accused will be purged, from the youngest to the oldest generation. As for Muraj, his previous caretaker never returned. That was all Sylvester needed to believe, that the cat was a magical being that had lived in isolation for hundreds of years, waiting for a person who could see his presence. Well, there you go. Xavier made Sylvester wear new clothes, a pair of cotton black long shorts and a white shirt. He had grown into a handsome little young man, just shy under 5 years. Yet, Xavier pampered him like he was born yesterday. Initially, he didn't like it, but Xavier grew onto him slowly. Above all, he respected the woman for doing everything for him. In return, he tried to keep her as happy as possible, and if that meant he had to act a bit childish towards her, he did. "Where are we going, Mum?" he asked while fixing his silky hair. She was packing her luggage. "I have to work to prove my training is completed. People in Pitfall Town in the north suffer from some disease. I must go there and help with my healing magic." "I'm coming with you." "Of course you are coming along. You will get bored here otherwise, and I will forever be worried if you ate food or not. You are also turning 5 soon, and we have just a few more years before your formal education starts. When that happens, we won't get time for each other." She sounded disheartened at the end. Xavier knew that her son's life as God's favored would be harsh, even more difficult than all other children. The expectations on him will be a constant weight pulling him down, and his responsibilities will never allow him time for himself. The only thing she wished was for Sylvester to never lose his innocent smile, but knowing the church, it was just a pipe dream. "Don't worry, Mum, I will never leave you," he responded innocently. This was the least he could do for her happiness. As always, the woman was too emotional. She never leaves an opportunity to hug him, and neither did she miss it this time. "Oh, my Max, why are you growing so fast? Can't you wait, maybe by 10 years? Sylvester reckoned staying silent was the best thing to do at the moment, but he couldn't ignore the cat that had also jumped on his back to hug him. "Great, I've got 2 hug-loving cats now." After their short mental health session, they moved out of the Bright Mother complex. A stagecoach waited for them at the gates with Sir Dalarum waiting. Beside him, 2 more knights were accompanying them for Sylvester's safety. The church was not too scared of letting Sylvester go out this time because their destination was in the Gracia Kingdom, a land that was under the tight grip of the church. It was filled with monasteries, administration offices, and inquisitor outposts. No other kingdom on the continent enjoyed this level of intimacy with the church. Sir Dalarum introduced the 2 new faces. "Mother Xavier, Master Maximilian. This is Black Knight Sir Charles Smith. He shall be the Rience man on this journey. The other man is a Bronze Knight Sir Adam Silvereye. He shall provide security with me." "Let's depart quickly, Sir Dalarum," Xavier said, and entered the stagecoach. But Sylvester didn't enter, and instead glared at Sir Dalarum. He had made an arrangement with this guy earlier that day. Mother Xavier, I believe Master Maximilian wants to sit with the Rience man at the front." Speaking was counterproductive right now, so Sylvester attacked her with the best puppy eyes he could make. He even perfected the art after taking lessons from Muraj. Xavier tried to fight herself, tried her best to avoid his charms, but alas, she couldn't win. "Fine, but you must return inside before sunset." "Yes." He quickly climbed the passenger seat and sat beside Sir Charles Smith. The man quickly saluted him with arms crossed on his chest. His voice shivered while addressing. "Lord Favored One, I plead for your blessing." "May the holy light enlighten us," Sylvester replied. This was akin to a cheat code to him, a perfect conversation killer. Quickly, the 2 horses got whipped, and the stagecoach moved fast. Sir Dalarum and Sir Silvereye rode on their armed horses at the sides. The closest to Sylvester was his loyal knight. Over the past few years, he and Sir Dalarum had become great chums. Although Sir Dalaran may not see Sylvester as a friend, but rather as a holy apostle to whom he offers his utmost allegiance. But Sylvester never treated him like a slave and always gave him respect. This was a simple lesson that all military officials should know in his past world. Treat your subordinates with respect, and they will fight for you until the end of the world. As Sylvester could speak normally now, he had instructed Sir Dalaran to inform him about various things and landmarks on their way. We shall pass through Green City, the capital of Gracia Kingdom, Master Maximilian. The road we're traveling on is called Green Road. Sylvester looked to the left and noticed a river adjacent to the road. What is this river called? Gold River. Once upon a time it led to the gold rush that made Gracia family so rich that they expanded into an empire. There is no more gold in the river, however. The gold rush happened 2,000 years ago. Ah, what a great time to be alive. It's like being born in the 21st century Earth. Too early to explore space, too late to experience the pre-internet era. He sighed at his fate. Even Xavier was dirt poor, so he needed to build his wealth from scratch. I wonder who my father was. I must have been someone's white snake. It was going to be a long journey, taking a whole week going one way. So he had various opportunities to see some villages in this kingdom. Most of them appeared to be under complete church influence. There were church symbols everywhere, from doors to windows. However, technologically, the world seemed stuck in the Dark Ages. Anytime the stagecoach went off-road to a village to spend the night, they would see the real Gracia Kingdom. Wet mud roads, open animal and human defecation, people with dirty clothes and crooked teeth. The houses were mostly made of wood and mud bricks. Only the church in these villages would look good, with its sleek stone, brick and cement work. It transpired to him that the church and the royal family had possibly swallowed most of the resources and riches of the kingdom. Another thing he noticed was that the further they traveled from the Holy Land, the more inferior the quality of life of the villagers became. Then once they passed Green City, the situation became so bad that calling these villages tribes would have been better. But as always, the beautiful church building was present in all of them. Why do people even pray at this point? Sylvester wondered. Pitfall Town is beyond this last stretch, Master Maximilian. It's the largest town before the county of Sandwall. It shares a border with the Masan Empire. And the mountain tribes in the north and desert barbarians in the south constantly invade this land. It must be tough looking after that place, he thought. Clank, out of nowhere, a loud sound of a sword fight resounded. This alerted Sir Dalaran and Sir Silvereye. They unsheathed their swords and looked left and right. The stagecoach had just rolled into a small town's large, empty town square. There were two men shouting profanities at one another. "How dare you caress my wife's buttocks?" A man brandished his sword in anger. "I didn't perceive she had someone or that she was married. I was also intoxicated, so pardon me, friend." "No, I invoke a duel of light. Under the warmth of Solis I shall defeat you and win my honor back. Do you accept?" the first man screamed. Sylvester glanced at Sir Dalaran for an explanation. "What's happening?" "It seems they are having an official duel. As long as Duel of Light is invoked in daylight, they must fight until one side is killed or accepts defeat. Duel of Light is extremely sacred, and these unfaithfuls are making a mockery of Solis. This is not the place you should be, Master Maximilian. Our abode is planned in the monastery." "I want to see it," Sylvester chirped. It was the best opportunity to see how strong ordinary people were. Are they going to be crying dogs or tease but a scratch type? "I accept." Finally, the other man accepted it. "Okay, let's see." Sylvester sat there with complete focus. He imagined the one with better muscle would win. Clash, they struck at each other and blocked the swords. Sparks dispersed around, sending some adrenaline rushing into Sylvester's body. These men were genuinely trying to kill each other, he felt. Arg! The accused gashed the husband's right arm in the next strike, sending him to the ground. The wife-toucher smirked as he looked at the other man. He pointed his sword at the neck. "Don't worry, I will take care of her." "I admit defeat, I." But the man didn't stop and tried to strike his sword. He would have been successful if not for a sudden loud horn and shouts. "Pa! Make way, here comes the order of the Holy Inquisition. Make way here." Out of nowhere, a procession of knights in bloodied inquisitor robes and armors rode into the town on their steeds. A dozen of them were there, and there was a cage carriage at the end of the procession. Inside the cage was a gorgeous chained woman. She looked hurt, her green clothes were ragged, and her long, ashen hair was untidy. But with a passing glance, Sylvester noticed something strange about her. Long pointy ears. Is she in? Chapter 17. What a magical world. Sir Dalaran cleared Sylvester's doubts as the man spat on the ground in utter disgust. This was the first time he saw the man showing such an unpleasant face. What's a filthy elf doing here?" Sylvester glanced at the man's face in disgust as well, but he accepted the reality of the situation. In fact, it all made sense to him. It seems God didn't make this world equal for all either. "Why is she jailed?" he asked in false innocence. "She's a heathen from the foul lands of the East. They believe in their weak tree gods and such rubbish. She has no rights in this land, and the inquisitors may do whatever they wish. Death, however, is inevitable." Soon enough, loud shrills full of fear echoed. The jail cart had stopped in front of the monastery. She was dragged out by her hair, and her clothes were being ripped apart at the same time, for no tainted blood was allowed to touch the House of Solis. Since Sylvester and the rest were to go the same way, they stopped in front of the monastery gates. The Inquisitor knights saw Sir Dalaran's Inquisitor robes and barked, "This is our catch. Stay away from this." This scent and feeling again. The aroma of roses and sweat combined. Are these men lecherous right now? Help me. I don't want to die, please." The elven woman cried as her modesty was trampled. As a strong sense of chills and vibrations spread on his tongue, Sylvester decided to shut them up by giving his introduction. First, he raised his right palm and closed his eyes. Then he mumbled under his breath, letting the halo of bright golden warm light appear behind his head. Sir Dalaran, Sir Silvereye and Sir Smith quickly crossed their arms in prayer and closed their eyes. Then echoed Sylvester's melodiously improved voice. It felt calm, soothing, and with a hint of child's cheerfulness. "Kneel before the Apostle of Light. Warriors and knights for Solis who fight. Feel the warmth of the Lord burn bright. This is the way, this is what's right. Signs from the Lord are all here. The filth of heathen land is near. Needs a sacrifice for his grace to appear. He shall make the disease disappear. All come together, rejoice, cheer, and cry. The blessing has fallen from the sky. So says the words of Solis. Burn shall those who dare defy." Thud, the inquisitors handling the elven woman kneeled suddenly, their eyes reddened in passion and emotions. They thumped their chests in salute and reverence. "Such a beautiful hymn, why have I never heard this before?" the knight asked. Sir Dalaran explained. "You kneel before God's favored, Sylvester Maximilian. The Inquisitor High Lord found him 5 years ago." We've heard about it all these years. We're blessed to be in the presence of the Holy One." They knelt. Sylvester returned to normal and looked left and right as if he had no idea he had sung a hymn, his acting game already at the top. It happened again. "Strange. I'm hungry." "Please enter. We shall prepare a feast." The Inquisitors warmly welcomed him and Xavia. It was still afternoon, so there was not much need for food. Sylvester wanted to roam around the town first and see the walks of life. He spent most of his early childhood inside the confines of Bright Mother's complex, so he was interested in everything else. "Sir Dalaran, I want to see the town." Of course, Master Maximilian. Mother Xavia must wish to get to work as well. The monastery has all the information needed for the disease that's spreading here. I shall go and call the archpriest. Sir Dalaram tried his best to facilitate all the mother and son duo needed. He had, after all, vowed to Sylvester, and he had not forgotten it. Soon enough the archpriest appeared. He was an unremarkable man with a forgetful face. He was bald, had a short white beard, and wore white silk robes over his chubby short body. He was most likely a wizard. The old archpriest quickly gave a church salute to Sylvester. To most eyes in the church, it didn't feel strange. "O blessed favored one, please help this tarnished land to become pure again. If it has sinned against the great Solis, please punish it, I beg you. We call for your aid." Sylvester glanced at his mother. He didn't want to steal her spotlight right now. "The church sent my mother, not me." "Indeed," Sir Dalaram nodded. Then, I plead to the bright mother and favored one, help us. The people in the town have suddenly started to fall ill. The disease seems to be spreading fast as every day someone would fall and have profuse watery diarrhea or vomit and body cramps. 3 to 5 out of 10 people die every single day. If this goes on, Pitfall Town shall be finished. The old archpriest knelt in request by the end. Sylvester could notice it at first glance, though. Through the years, he had found a correlation between what he smells and what it means. Finally, he could make a small list after hundreds of trials and errors. Even now, he was getting some new ones. Same as Queen Rixina Gracia, sour and salty. Is the archpriest jealous of me? The man didn't care for the people. He only wished to keep ruling and making money. This disease must have been costing him. We shall see what we can do, archpriest. Xavia was determined to begin the investigation quickly. A few minutes later, Sylvester accompanied Xavia to the large hall the town had set to keep the sick ones. It was filled to the brim with ailing people and their families. Men, women, and children were lying in a matrix, each coughing, vomiting, or defecating themselves. At a simple glance, Sylvester knew what the problem was. He had faced it back when he was a spy with the cover of an industrialist in the USSR. A whole village was suffering from this exact problem, and it didn't solve until he supplied that village with free canned food and water. This village is suffering from a cholera outbreak, but why have they not found a solution yet? The church seemed very advanced to me. He wondered and silently followed Xavia around. She soon stopped by a young child who was vomiting uncontrollably. Due to dehydration, his eyes were red, and his body was thin as a stick. But then she started waving her hand with shining green light on the boy's stomach. The boy stopped vomiting after a few minutes and his eyes returned to normal. Xavia caressed his head warmly. "Worry not, dear. You can have food and water now." However, the mother of the child cried then. "Thank you, bright mother, we are grateful. But what you said has been repeated to us many times. Every week he falls sick like this." Sylvester sighed silently. Of course, unless they deal with the root, the fruits will keep rotting. At the same time, Sylvester observed what the boy's mother said. It appeared that Xavia was not the first healer here, and for some reason, every healer only used the magic to help these commoners. It was still too early to judge, but he was inclined to believe that the world was so backwards not just due to the church, but also due to overdependence on magic. Why would one invent penicillin if a wizard can cure them with a wave of his palm? But then a bigger question arose. Why was Xavia sent here? What's different about her? The answer was clear. It's me, isn't it? Is this a test of some sort? But who's trying me? The Pope. If the latter were the case, he'd have to tread carefully. First, he must show his belief in the church and that he's the true God's favored. Sylvester then acted as if he got bored, so he went to the market with Sir Dalaram to buy some items. Meanwhile, the other 2 accompanying knights guarded Xavia. Things proceeded like this until the evening when everyone returned to the monastery for the dinner feast. However, Sylvester had a wish first. "Sir Dalorum, I want to meet the elf. I have never spoken to a heathen creature before." There was no reason to deny him, so he was escorted to the dungeons by Sir Dalorum. The archpriest followed behind as he preached his various achievements in hopes of making good relations with Sylvester. After all, even if Sylvester didn't become the pope, he could reach the guardians of light level with the tag of God's favored. Soon they arrived in the dark dungeons. The pathway was tight and had a low ceiling. The various bricks had algae on them from the seeping drops of water. The location's temperature was low and it felt humid, absolutely unsuitable for living in. Not to mention, there was no vent for natural light. They walked with torches in hand, with Sylvester in the middle. However, Sir Dalorum stopped suddenly and asked Sylvester to reconsider. Master Maximilian, I suggest you don't watch this." For the first time, Sylvester smelled the foul scent of rotting meat. He didn't know what this signified. "Move, Sir Dalorum." He soon found a way to walk to the front and look. He moved the torch closer to the jail bars and saw the horror within. There lay the body of the elven woman, her legs tied to the wall with metal chains. She had no piece of cloth on her body. Worse were the bruises and bite marks all over her flesh. Blood oozed out of her various parts, making the cell look more like a slaughterhouse than a prison. Her hair looked disheveled and patched as if someone had pulled them. Her eyes seemed hazy, lifeless even. There was no response, and silence descended with rare churning sounds from the torches and archpriest gulping. "So the church dogs have already taken their turns and broken her apart," he thought. However, as saddened as he was, he had seen far worse in his life. So he didn't feel shocked. Instead, he was disgusted because he belonged to the same group of people who did this to her. And he had no plans of leaving this group anytime soon. "What will be done with her next?" he asked the archpriest. The short old man chirped in reply. "She's a heathen, so she shall be slowly burnt alive in the town square." "Aja." The voice of the archpriest seemed to have woken the woman up, probably the trauma from not long ago. She leapt madly, reached the jail bars with her arms, and caught Sylvester's hand in a rage. "Master." Sylvester merely waved at them not to come close. He knew the look in the elf's eyes. She had given up already, and this was merely an attempt to let her emotions out. Besides, he knew fire magic, and she was no threat to him, at least not in her current state. "What's your name?" he asked. The woman replied in stutters while her eyes teared up. "Elixis, W.I. Why did you steal me from my home? Why did you enslave me? What did I do to you? I was so happy. I want to go home." As she spoke, she silently looked into Sylvester's rare golden eyes. She kept that going for a minute until Sylvester broke her focus with his words. "Don't we all?" Suddenly she pushed her hand out and caressed Sylvester's face. There was no anger or hatred in her motions, however. "Your eyes, I pity you. Indeed pity me, for I have a gigantic task of bringing your heathen land to heel. Do not fight the will of Solis. There is nowhere to escape. Sir Dalorum, let us return." He turned her words around and decided to leave. "Mother must be waiting for me at the dinner table. I want to go home. Let me go. Please." The screams of agony slowly diminished into unintelligent echoes. Her fate was sealed the moment she arrived on this side of the world. The church had money, power, and pull, but the only thing it did not have was forgiveness and acceptance. Sylvester calmly headed back up. Meanwhile, his mind was in chaos. What did she see in my eyes? She talked about being caught and brought here as a slave. These words made Sylvester aware of the status of slavery in this world. It was still in fashion, it seemed. For this elf, however, Sylvester knew there was no hope. She will die no matter what, and he was not foolish enough to help her. He was, after all, just a tiny pawn in the church. Amidst those thoughts, He arrived at the dining hall and sat beside Xavier, but he honestly didn't feel like eating right now. His mind was too preoccupied with complex planning and what-if cases. "What happened, Max? You look different," Xavier asked him in concern. "It's nothing, I'm not hunger." Ting, ting, ting. 3 clear emergency bell rings resounded in the monastery. Something big must have happened. Quickly a priest came running. "Archpriest, the elf woman in the dungeons, I don't know how." In an instant, the archpriest put the whole monastery on lockdown. All inquisitors and members ran around in a hurry. Sir Dalorum and the other knights that came with Sylvester tried to help too. But Sylvester stayed seated in his place without showing any expression on his face. Instead, his eyes were focused on the plate, staring at it aimlessly. Then he finally picked a piece of potato to eat. Xavier wished to ask what happened, but her son's behavior kept her seated. Something was unnerving in it. "What's happened, dear?" He took a bite of the food and stared into her eyes before replying nonchalantly. "It's so strange how we live in a magical world, yet there is nothing magical about it." Chapter 18, Mercy. A few hours ago, when Sylvester decided to roam around the town's market, he had a chat with Murrej. He waited for the perfect opportunity until Sir Dalorum was out of earshot. "Chonky, do you trust me?" "With all my lives," the cat nodded vigorously. "Good. I may have free will, but there are many eyes on me. So I doubt I can always act in any way against the church's principles. But they do a few things I do not condone, so I will need your help doing a few things, starting with that elven woman. I had expected other subhuman species out there, but the hatred against them was what startled me. But again, the human and subhumans fought for 1,000 years nonstop, so it's not too surprising. However, killing is something I shall always accept, but what those inquisitors are about to do to her, it's not holy at all, and if I don't do something, I will hate myself. Can a man even be considered alive if he doesn't have morals? I can't directly involve myself, so I need you to go to a random house and steal something." Chonky does as Makesy commands. After saluting, Murrej ran away and entered a random home. A few hours later, Sylvester stood in the dungeons talking with the elf. Murrej had silently followed them and had slid into the jail cell with his flexible body. "A mother must be waiting for me at the dinner table." As everyone started to leave, the elven woman screamed for freedom. But soon, she lost her energy and fell into utter defeat. Then, all of a sudden, she heard strange noises as if someone was vomiting. Ting, out of nowhere, a fruit knife fell in front of her. She wasted not a second picking it up. At first, she was rageful and planned how she would use her abusers. But slowly, the reality seeped into her mind. She could never kill them all, and if she hurts them, they will be crueler than they already are. In the end, she cried in frustration. There was nothing at all that she could do for freedom. So slowly, she brought the knife near her own neck. She felt that dying on her own terms was much better than being abused by the inquisitors in all mind-breaking ways possible. She didn't even know for how long the torture would last. A swift death seemed like a better option. I just wanted to see my Bobbies again. They must have grown up." Tears trickled down her tired, baggy eyes. Then as she took one last strong breath, she cursed from the bottom of her heart. "If there is a God, burn these mad men. Burn the church, arg, ugh." Soon the sounds of her pain-filled cries turned into choking, and the floor turned into a little puddle of blood. Today was a win for madness, as love, peace, and respect sat on the sidelines, once again proving that rage and misery define this world. Murrej saw it all until the elf stopped twitching. The sight was very bewitching. For some reason, it struck the poor cat that maybe, just maybe, his caretaker was never returning. Perhaps she, too, left this world like this woman. Dejected, Murrej strolled the way back to Sylvester. He found his adopted human kitten sitting by his mother and talking. He jumped onto the table and then sat down on Sylvester's lap, silently tucking himself into a fur ball. He wished not to play today, for the memories of his last caretaker crossed his mind. From the first day he found her to their last goodbye. The first person who could see him, talk to him and give him a real home. Sylvester, being an observant fellow, noticed Murad's strange behavior. He reckoned the bloody sight must have irked him, so he softly caressed his fur and tucked him closer, tighter to himself. After all, although Murad may be old, he still had the mind of a cat. That heathen, how did she get a knife? Where did it come from? The archpriest's angry scolding resounded throughout the monastery. What will we burn to get rid of the disease now? God's favored passed us the Lord's orders himself. Xavier tried to ask what had happened. What's the matter, archpriest? That damned elf killed herself. We're doomed. This town is doomed now. Everyone will die. He started blabbering like a madman. Death was a better option than getting her modesty trampled on every hour. I hope she felt less pain than slowly burning. Sylvester sighed as he caressed Murad's fur. But now he had a bigger problem. He needed to resolve this village and return. To do that, he needed to convey the message that the disease is related to contaminated food and water. Should I talk directly about it and just say Solis enlightened me? So he spoke up. I can make the disease go away. His words would have been ignored and ridiculed if they were from a typical 5-year-old. But since it was God's favored, even if he spat, it would be holy water. So the archpriest calmly asked what it was. Sylvester tried to be smart and childish at the same time. Food and water. I ate bad soup and my tummy hurt once. Everyone here looks like that. Their tummy hurts. Archpriest dismissed it, however. How is that possible? We get the water from the well and food from our farms and newly slaughtered animals. This has to be a curse. Perhaps we should burn her body. Maybe Solis will enlighten us again. Go ahead. I tried warning you. Why should I care if you all die? Sylvester let the matter go since it didn't concern him directly. His professional life was yet to begin, and he was restricted due to his age. The dinner ended, and the sun had disappeared to shine on some other land. The monastery was lit up with various torches and candles. The architecture was stunning. The ceilings were high and decorated with multiple paintings of battles and religious scenes related to the old popes. Xavier held Sylvester's hand and guided him to their room. It had twin beds and enough space for the invisible cat as well. Sylvester took one side of the big bed, hugged Murad and fell asleep. Too much had occurred in one day. This was a backward world with no modern facilities such as electricity. So sunlight was precious. Not to mention all worshippers of Solis were advised to wake up as soon as the first rays of Solis graced the land. So by 5 in the morning, the town and monastery were full of activity. Sylvester also got up and sleepily went to the privy and sat down there. He hated using this kind of toilet. It was nothing but a wooden board above a big long shaft that went all the way to the giant underground bucket that stored all the waste. When I grow up, the first thing I will make is a good ceramic toilet seat. Can't have the most important time of a man's life be this unpleasant and stenchful. I poopy too, Murad walked in on him. You do it outside. What if you fell through this hole into the poop bucket? Soon he was done and tidied himself and combed Murad before leaving with his mother to visit the sick once again. But this time, as they were walking in the town, Sylvester noticed a well in the middle of the intersection. Just to quench his doubts, he ran to it and looked down. But when he was merely a meter away, he smelled an intense foul smell. It seemed like a mix of rotten bodies and excretion. So this is the water. Where is its source? But he couldn't investigate anymore because the body of the elf woman was going to be burned on a stake soon. She was dead, but they hoped for a miracle. The people also dragged themselves out to see it, no matter how sick they were. The town square was precisely how its name sounded. It was a square space between twin-story buildings. It had muddy grounds, and animals were tied outside the houses around it since people were sick and none could tend to them. The archpriest read some words from a book and threw salt and water on the elf's body. "O Lord Solis, your children here cry in pain. All healings attended have been in vain. Accept this sacrifice and let this plague be gone before it magnifies. Let it conclude while it is just the prelude before the bigger storm. May your holy light enlighten us, heal us." The inquisitors who caught her came forward and torched the wood. Then the fire burned the elven woman's body. Thankfully, there was no life in it, hence no screams. But Sylvester looked around him and saw the smiles on faces. Children as young as him were jumping near their parents, and the sick ones were praying with closed eyes. This burning body could have been me that night. It can still be me if I dare to go against the church. This is the reality. Lixus, I won't forget this name, the first elf I saw in this world. The flesh melted like wax, and then the bones fell apart. The gory sight was stomach-churning, but it appeared people in this world were used to it. The monastery's archpriest and other minor priests kept chanting words from their books. The inquisitor knights used long spears to ensure the body was wholly burnt. It took an hour for the body to burn and turn into ashes entirely. Then, finally, people dispersed, and the sick returned to their gathering spot, where Xavia healed them one after another, tiring herself out by wasting her magic. Sylvester noticed the priests gathering the ashes and putting them in large mud containers. The archpriest would then seal them with clay and church markings. "What will you do with the ashes?" "As per the tradition here, we shall throw evil into the black pit. All evil shall remain there, and let this land bask in the Lord's warm light. Would you like to see the pit, God's favored?" "Yes," he chirped, showing his fake childishness. He also glanced at Sir Dalaran and gave the nod. Soon 3 horse carts were brought in, and they loaded the mud jars of ashes on them. Sylvester used his own stagecoach and invited the archpriest to go with him. It brought visible joy to the man. Yes, Sylvester was disgusted by their actions towards that elf, but there was nothing he could do about it. Since he was to live among these men, he couldn't hate them forever either. "Our town used to be so beautiful before this plague came. Travelers from the Masan Empire would stay here and preach in our monastery. Beautiful folks and beautiful times. I even converted 1,000 mountain tribesmen to the faith of Solis. One day, I will convert all mountain tribes and bring peace here. Then the Holy Father will surely call me to his embrace." An ambitious fool, it seems. The most dangerous kind, sadly. How many Lixus will be burnt and violated before he reaches his goals? I hope folks like these don't get reincarnated like me. Sylvester thought. Reincarnation was something he wondered about a lot since he was reborn. He wondered if he was special or if everyone gets to be reborn with memory somewhere. Ah, we're here, just across the desert road. The 3 horse carts took a left turn onto a worse, uneven road. Sylvester soon started to sense the same stench he got from the well in the city. Now he knew he was near the source of the water. "Is there a river nearby?" Sir Dalaran responded quickly. "Snake River flows through here, Master Maximilian. It's the most dangerous river, as both banks are mating grounds for snakes." "Great, now I know where I must never go." Sylvester hated snakes in his past life, and this too. After a few more meters of traveling, the caravan stopped. The sound of air being pushed out of a closed space echoed there. The stench was also unbearable. "This is the black pit that gave the town its name. Legends say it's the gateway to hell. We don't know what's inside as it's too deep and dark. It must be connected with the river and full of snakes, as the air coming out of it is intense," Archpriest said as he stood beside the hole in the ground. It was at least as wide as 5 horses standing in a line. To call it menacing was an understatement, as the deep whistling noise made by the wind and the stench did their job. "Throw it all in." the priests chanted as they brought the jars to the edge and kicked them in. Sylvester didn't dare go near the hole. His body was too small and could be thrown away by the wind itself, so he waited for the archpriest to come closer and asked, "How long have you been throwing the ashes in there?" "Ashes? We throw everything there. Ashes, garbage, and privy waste. We even threw the mountain barbarians in there, those wretched heretics." "Since when?" "Since forever. What's the matter, God's favored?" Sylvester facepalmed himself. "I think I found your plague." Chapter 19. A Hymn to Remember. Sylvester didn't speak much and simply pointed them in a direction. What if the town's wells are connected with this pit? That was all he needed to say for the faces of these men to turn pale. A few priests with weak hearts even puked right there, imagining that they drank the water mixed with feces for years. The archpriest jumped into the stagecoach in a hurry. "Move! We need to return immediately. How can they be connected? They are so far away." "Rivers traverse through the mountains and many kingdoms." Sylvester shut him up quickly. So they hurried back into the town and arrived at the well at an intersection. As they reached there, Sylvester pointed out the smell. "Don't you notice the stench coming from it?" Archpriest seemed confused. "What stench?" That's when it hit him why nobody found out such an obvious thing. They have been smelling it for so long that they can't even tell the difference. But if this happened in the recent months, that must mean that there's a current flowing under there, and it's now blocked. "Someone will have to go down there and clean your wells," he advised. A priest spoke up quickly. "I will go and call Dungface. He must be sleeping somewhere around." In a few minutes, a man named Dungface arrived. He appeared to be a young man with an unconcerned look, black hair, a black beard, and patched clothes on his body. Everything was dirty, as if he had not taken a bath in years. "Boy, jump into this well and see if you find any garbage on the bed," the archpriest ordered. He also noticed the gaze of Sylvester on him and the man. "He's the local idiot, mentally slow, but he's a hard worker and keeps the town clean of all its filth." Even Sir Dalarum felt offended by that name. "A man who keeps the town clean, and you named him Dungface." "No, not us. His parents named him that. He used to work at their farm before and used to clean the cowshed. They used to beat him, so the monastery took him in. We ensure he bathes every night before sleep, so what you see is due to his day's work." Splash! Dungface didn't wait and jumped straight into the well. Then his loud voice came. Dungface found bones. That made it all clear. The water was the source of the illness. It would also explain why people got sick even after being treated once. "We will need to clear all wells in the town then. Bring other cleaners. I will also jump in if I have to." Archpriest ordered and turned to Sylvester. "Thank you, God's favored, for your wisdom. The fear of plague had blinded us with worry for the common folk that even I overlooked such a basic problem. Please, you may go and take a rest in the monastery." "I want to return to the Holy Land now, but the outbreak is still here," he thought, but he couldn't waste his time resting. "Sir Dalarum, I wish to practice magic." So they headed into the nearby forest to train in peace. Sylvester also meant to ask some questions to Sir Dalarum about the church and his future duties. He wondered if he would also be sent to some monastery to be its priest. He honestly hoped that was the case. After arriving in the lush, green forest with tall trees, Murrej ran off to sit on a branch and sleep. Meanwhile, Sylvester began to use his wizard moves on a few trees. "Sir Dalarum, I once saw my mother chanting something and making patterns with her hand to use magic. What was that?" he asked since, until now, he had learnt nothing about making patterns. "That's rune magic, Master Maximilian. You will learn it in School of Dawn. The runes are essential to use magic more intricately. If the magic is like yarn, then runes are like knitting methods. We can fight with simple magic, but one must learn runes to implement the same magic in more complex tasks, such as smithing and healing." Our body's natural magic is limited to elemental manipulation of fire, earth, water, and air. Using runes, you can do anything from creating burning plasma to thunder. Since many wizards can't use all elements, learning runes remove that limit and allow one to master all elements and beyond. But it is hard to master as it's a major branch of magic along with healing, alchemy, divination, enchanting, smithing, astrology, incantation, and necromancy. Usually, most wizards learn runes and incantations, as these two combined can greatly amplify one's biological elemental magic. Of course, more specialized branches of magic exist, but these are usually personal research. The School of Dawn does not teach those. Wait, necromancy. Sylvester had stopped listening once this word came up. Necromancy is not bad. Sir Dalaran chuckled. Haha, most people have the same conception, Master Maximilian. It can be unsettling, but it is not evil. After all, it works on the same Solaris particles that Solis gifts us with. So to hate any class of human magic is wrong in the Church's eyes. But this field of magic is heavily regulated due to its prospect of misuse, not to mention it's rare. Even your light magic is rare to see, and one as extreme as yours is probably the first case in history. And I will use this gift like a scam to the fullest. Sylvester had long understood the advantages of having strong light magic in a world obsessed with the sun and its light. Will I become a priest too after school? He asked. To this, Sir Dalaran had no definite answer. Normally, yes, but you are the blessed one, the gods favored, his divine bard. Therefore, the Holy Father must have something else planned for you, something greater. Otherwise, your talents will be wasted. Maybe you will become a great warrior for the eventual continuation of the war. A tool for war, so nothing has changed in this life either. How strong is the Holy Father? That, I believe the Holy Father is the strongest being in the world. Yet, as an inquisitor, I've only seen him use his power once in my 20 years. With a simple wave of his staff, he once turned a whole rebellious heretic barony into a deep ravine. I still remember that day as if it was yesterday. My body shivered from the overwhelming power the Holy Father exuded. The army fell to its knees and chanted the hymns as we prayed for peace and light on that punished land. I cannot even fathom the idea of trying to understand his might. He is the backbone of the Church, the harbinger of peace. Even if other beings are as strong as him, I believe the Holy Father will still win, because the whole Church stands behind him. We will gladly lay down our lives, and even if turned into wraiths, we shall keep fighting for the faith. Sir Dalaran's eyes were so full of worship and enthusiasm that he might have just dropped to his knees and started praying if Sylvester had kept going. I can't believe I'm supposed to show this overzealous worship in the future. Sylvester felt a headache. He wondered if he could truly become the greatest actor and scammer in history, because the bar increases to a new level every day. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Sir Dalaran. I will resume my practice now. Dungface was able to clean all the wells on the same day. He even faced death as one of the wells had a strong current flowing at its depth. But he was saved by Archpriest, who used the wind magic and negated the pressure to create a suction on the well. After Dungface and others had cleaned the connected pathways, the stench started to vanish, and the water became clearer. Xavier didn't have to heal people more than once, so after 3 days, the town was as good as ever. However, 20% of the population had died even before Xavier and Sylvester's arrival. Still, everyone was highly grateful to them. While Xavier was like a caring mother, Sylvester proved to be the warm light that asked for nothing and enlightened their lives by finding the solution to the plague. The archpriest held a ceremony in the monastery on the day they were to leave. The whole town of 8,000 people came to bear witness. In fully formal robes, the archpriest thanked Sylvester by kneeling before him since the little boy outranked him and was deemed blessed. Pitfall is blessed to have witnessed your presence, favored one. Please accept this little token of gratitude. He offered a palm-sized small box with velvet layered on it. Sylvester took it and opened it. Ah, this is nice. A gold bracelet. However, as he looked at it, his sense of smell and taste were intensely attacked by sourness and saltiness. It was so much that he felt his tongue was drying up. Fuck, the people are feeling jealous of me. Be but this gold. At that moment, he realized something that instantly gave him a headache. He remembered a church bishop in his past life. The man was old and fat, but his attitude was warm and kind. On top of that, he drove a bloody Rolls-Royce. He did some background checks and found out the man came from a low-income family and got rich by using his authority in the church. The whole county hated that man not because he was an evil man, but because he was rich. Ordinary people hate wealthy people just for being rich. Common people hate those even more who are wealthy and government officials, or, in his case, church officials. This meant that he could not openly gain and show his wealth. However, there was a loophole. I saw the grandeur of the Pope. If I can get to a high position, I can live in luxury without spending my own money. But I want a peaceful life. Sylvester sighed and innocently smiled at the archpriest. Thank you, Archpriest Ronald. He looked left and right and found the man he was looking for. So he continued, but I cannot take this. My mother taught me not to be greedy, and Sir Dalaram taught me to think for others, for we are servants of Solis. So I wish you could use this gold to pay for a new set of clothes for Dungface. After that, you can use the rest of the money to make a stone-paved town square. He didn't give a moment so others could speak as he started to chant one more hymn in this town. This time he kept his eyes open but showed his palm to the people as if giving them his blessing. He reckoned if he couldn't farm money from them, he might as well get their unwavering worship. Then the miraculous halo appeared behind his head and elevated his status to a god in the eyes of these feared commoner mortals. Then he went even more overboard by making the center of his palm release some light magic that made people feel warm. The love of Solis knows no bounds, for he nourishes you with everything around. The water, the air, and nature's melodious sounds. Lord has his ways to expound. So pray with me in the name of the Lord. Your voices shall be kept in the blessed record. From his grace none is ignored. Your land has been blessed again, wholly restored. Raise not your swords but your voice. To help one or to hurt it's always a choice. For every action there is a price. So strive to do what shall make the Lord rejoice. Some hands may be soaked in bloody grease. Few bodies may need help with disease. All shall find the holy road with ease. For his name guides us all to eternal peace. With warmth that all have embraced, I kneel to the Lord, for he has graced. This servant hopes that this healed those scarred. With your open hearts, accept this sermon by the Lord's bard. Thud, as soon as the bright halo disappeared from behind Sylvester, the people fell to their knees, their eyes tearing up. It was not because they were all extremely religious. Some of them were even borderline heathens. But hearing these words from a 5-year-old child, in his sweet voice and the bright halo behind, it felt nothing short of a divine miracle. It was enough to fill hearts with utmost devotion and warmth instantly. Their eyes turned moist and they clapped their hands together to pray. Then, one after another, they started chanting, "May the holy light enlighten us. May the holy light enlighten us." Slowly the shouts turned into a unified blood-pumping chant that made Sylvester feel amazed and impressed by himself. May the Lord's bard bless us again. Long live Lord Maximilian. Long live Lord Maximilian. Chapter 20, The Bane of Sinners. Because of Sylvester's little show, they got late by an hour when leaving Pitfall. Every single one of the 8,000 town folks wished to kiss his little hand. He had to oblige, or his little hymn would have been wasted. However, he put Muraj to work and told him to scare away as many people as he could by scratching them and making them think they were not invited because they had sinned. But that later backfired as these people came crying and laid down beside Sylvester's feet as he was about to board the stagecoach. They asked that he bless them and accept their apology. Surprisingly, many confessed to their sins in fear of Solis. Many of them had committed crimes that were never solved in the town, ranging from theft to murder. Religion was one hell of a tool, Sylvester was reminded, and he held a pretty big golden stick over it. Sylvester's return journey to the Holy Land was uncomfortable as he sat inside the stagecoach. The seats had nearly no cushioning, and there was no such thing as spring suspension in this world. So even the slightest bump on the road would make him jump. He would have loved to sit outside, but Sir Dalaran suggested he remain inside as the word had spread of the gods' favored being in the area. This was also why the 12 Inquisitor knights who had caught the elven woman were accompanying them. "Mum, will you teach me healing magic?" he asked, having nothing better to do. She giddily agreed, which mother wouldn't love to teach her child something she loves? Of course, dear. But since you don't know the runes or incantation, let's try the most basic healing magic that only uses elemental magic. Okay, he sat opposite her, maintaining eye contact and focus. It was just the two of them in the stagecoach, so they felt comfortable, three, in fact. Muraj was sleeping beside Sylvester like a melting potato. "I heard you learned wind and fire elements from Sir Dalaran. He's a very kind man. I hope you don't trouble him very much. The knowledge he parted with for free would empty the fortunes of many families. Now, look at my hand." She always gave him her little lesson on morality and got to work. Basic healing is nothing but the use of fire and water magic, but you can use air to replicate the effect. This healing is helpful for internal concussions and flesh wounds. With the use of warmth and cold, one can relax the body's muscles or freeze them if it's too painful. She shared her knowledge. "What's this? I know it already. This is basic science. I want to learn about miracle magic," Sylvester told himself. But he entertained her as she seemed too excited and happy teaching him. Perhaps she wanted to cherish these moments because they wouldn't have as much time to spend together in the future. Even more so, knowing he will become busy once his school starts. "Can you fix a cut limb?" he asked as he was curious about healing limitations. "Oh, I can reattach the limbs as long as they are not destroyed, but you cannot regrow it if you have completely lost it. Maybe the Holy Father can, but I'm not very sure. So this means I need to be careful with my body. I'll keep that in me." His thoughts were interrupted as he felt the stagecoach slow down quickly. He quickly looked out of the glass window by moving the curtain. What happened? Oh, ah. Outside, he noticed the land on both sides of the road was riddled with dead bodies of men in various kinds of armor. Blood was splattered on the grass, and the bodies were full of stab wounds or arrows. Some bodies were mutilated to the point that they appeared like a heap of random meat. He poked his head out of the window and asked Sir Dalaran, "What happened here?" The knight first said a short prayer for the fallen and then explained. "Who knows? The Duchy of Colorwood has not been very peaceful. The counts have started infighting and Duke Grimton is too weak to stop them. And to add to this, his children are wastrels. Truly a sad sight to see. All of us are the men of the same faith, yet kill for a small piece of land." This was a side of the world Sylvester was witnessing for the first time. Until now, he had only seen the church inflicting violence and demonstrating authority. This time it was the noble side of the world. However, this was not too different from Sylvester's past life. Countries fought for land, so he understood this situation. If you are weak, either get strong or be prepared to be plowed by others. However, the entourage did halt and tried to leave as soon as possible, mainly because it was unknown if the battle was over or if someone was still eyeing them. But they couldn't go far before the sun started to set. It was even more dangerous to ride at night. So after a few kilometers away from the battlefield, they set up the camp and lit up the fire in a nearby forest. The fire was man's best friend at night in these wretched lands. The creatures of the night came in many shapes and sizes, looking for only one prize, mankind. Sylvester and Xavier were going to sleep in the stagecoach itself. At the same time, Sir Dalaran and other guards, along with accompanying inquisitors, will pitch tents around the stagecoach. But first, they had to cook some dinner. They usually travel with all the needed utensils to cook and eat. They also had fresh meat and vegetables from Pitfall Town and gifts from the people. So they soon cooked some meat stew and baked some bread made of flour, flax seeds, salt, red wine, honey, and yeast. This was the most common meal that most armies and travelers ate, but the food generally tasted bland as the use of spices was rare. But that didn't mean the food didn't taste good. Also, butter was common since it helps give energy for long, arduous daily physical tasks. Sylvester sat in the middle of Xavier and Sir Dalaran, and sometimes took a bit of extra meat from his plate and sneakily gave a few munchies to Muraj, who had plastered his face close to the plate, ogling at the meat chunks. The blazing fire sound mixed with the calm wind of the air, brushing past the leaves, created a soothing natural harmony. Although it was dark, the region had the most colorful variety of trees that released pleasant aromas, which made the dinner enjoyable. The sky was also clear, and the two moons shined bright. Now the only thing lacking was a guitar and a song in a soft voice. But sadly, the world lacked musical instruments other than drums used in wars. Sir Dalaran, you served with the Inquisitor High Lord. Do you know when the next mass Inquisition campaign begins? We can hit the tribes in the Pentepac mountain range this time. Sir Raymond, the leader of the 12 Inquisitors, asked as they ate. Not any time soon. The last Inquisition went horribly wrong. A few units went rogue, killed, and R***ped multiple peaceful villages. Lord Inquisitor was enraged and called for the other Guardians of the Light to quickly travel the lands and bring all the criminals. As a result, we had a mass execution by hanging 13,000 Inquisitors inside the Holy Land a few months ago. The 12 Inquisitors took a long, cold breath as they heard this. Sylvester suddenly felt a slight chill in his body and vibration on the tongue. He knew that these men were scared right now. They must have done something wrong before catching that elf too. It happened with the Holy Father's approval, Sir Raymond asked. Scoffing, Sir Dalaran blurted, "In the Holy Land, not even a leaf falls without the Holy Father's wishes." Haha, of course, let's talk about something else. Another Inquisitor tried to change the topic. Then he directed his words to Sylvester. "God's favored, do you know about the legend of the Shadow Knight? They say that he looks like a flying, dark-hooded man. He has no face and constantly burns in white flames." Is he trying to scare me? Sylvester noticed a slight hint of smugness. However, when Sir Dalaran opened his mouth, the Inquisitor got scared out of his wits. "He's not a legend, Sir Druig. He's a being of unimaginable powers that punishes the corrupt sinners, whether they be a man of faith or not. I saw him once with the Inquisitor High Lord." The wind suddenly turned cold and the day sky became cloudy. The animals stopped making noise and the world seemed to have become still. Then mist appeared, covering the landscape in acres. Finally, the melodious whistling resonated, followed by humming in a deeply surreal voice. And the figure of the hooded robbed man appeared in the distance. Anyone who dared a glance at him fell to his knees and froze down like ice. I, too, fell right there, unable to utter a single word, just beside the Inquisitor High Lord. Then, as the whistles came closer, more men started falling to their knees. Finally, the sky turned dark as if it were an ominous night. We all prayed for forgiveness, but I noticed the figure passing me and going to other Inquisitors. One by one, he stopped in front of an Inquisitor, and the white fire that surrounded him would extend and touch the men. It all lasted 10 minutes, and nobody saw him leave. Then the sky turned back to its previous brightness, and the world resumed its activity. But when we looked back, there were a dozen bodies still kneeling. That appeared as if every ounce of blood and water had been dried from their body. Their muscles, bones, and veins appeared as clean as the sky then. When I tried to touch one of them, the body disintegrated like ash. The man had ceased to exist in a flash. Inquisitor High Lord didn't fight him, Sir Ronald asked. He shook his head. No, in fact, he prayed to the being while kneeling, calling it the ghost of the first Pope, Luther Vass Hermington, as only he was known to hold such strength and whistle. Why, you're jesting, right? How can a ghost be this strong? Sir Druig tried to dismiss the story, but his stutters told a different tale. It's getting cold now. The wind from Divine Desert is strong tonight. We should sleep, Sir Dalaram suggested, ignoring the Inquisitor's doubts. Hem. Sir Druig laughed and looked around. Ha, who's trying to scare me now? However, everyone's face appeared to have the same expression, horror and confusion. They looked around, but there was no animal nearby either. In fact, it appeared awfully quiet all of a sudden, also cold, even when there was a bonfire lit right near them. Why would he appear here? Sir Dalaram stuttered. Sylvester was curious and looked around. It had undoubtedly become quiet, and the clear sky, full of stars and showing the twin moons, now had dark clouds. The forest became pitch black beyond where the bonfire's light could go. The humming kept intensifying. Then it stopped for a second and the whistling took its place. The rhythm was systematic, as if the creator knowingly made it sound that way. No, he can't be real. Sir Druig jumped to his feet and brandished his sword. Sylvester was somewhat nervous. Is it a real ghost? Do not fight him. Do not anger the Shadow Knight. Sir Dalaram tried to warn them as the mist began to appear around them. Max, come here quick. Xavia grabbed her son and hugged him tightly to her chest. He didn't protest either, as the coldness was truly too much, to the point that all their mouths were releasing fog. Hm. Stay away, Sir Druig cried in panic. What did he do that he's so scared of? Did His mind stopped thinking in an instant when his eyes laid on the terrifying figure standing behind Sir Druig. He felt his body limp, losing all power and freezing in one position. He, however, saw everything. First, the hooded pitch-black robbed with no face, no legs, and white fire on the back and sides as if tentacles appeared. But for some reason, it was hard to keep looking at it as the being seemed to be vibrating at high speed, creating blurry afterimages. Thud, every single knight fell to their knees. Some even laid down flat. Xavia, too, froze, but she didn't see anything as her face was plastered on Sylvester's back. Low hums of Sir Dalaram resonated as he was kneeling with eyes closed and arms crossed even before the dreadful phantom reached them. O Lord, we are mere travelers on a mission to heal. With the child blessed by the light, I kneel. What are you? Sylvester tried to speak, but his thoughts remained confined in his mind. He felt utterly powerless against it. No hymns, no light magic, no fire magic, nothing worked. It was as if he was paralyzed. The uneasiness at he thought that he wouldn't be able to do anything even if this being wished to kill him angered him. He mustered all his strength in his little body to break free of the invisible chains. However, even the Inquisitor High Lord couldn't fight it. His attempts, too, were doomed to be in vain. Veins popped up on his forehead as he fought the internal battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sylvester felt a gust of wind hit his face. He turned his eyes forward, and there it was. The ghost stood directly in front of him, its faceless head looking down. Am I the target?